Chapter 435. Steward. Patriarch Lu roared. The Grand Elder and the Grand Elder were also furious. Although Steward Lu was weak, his loyalty and ability were impeccable. Steward Lu's position in their hearts could be said to be more important than any other disciple in the clan. How could they not be angry when he died in front of them? Swoosh! The three of them looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes glinting fiercely. You inhumane bastard, the heavens will not forgive you if I don't kill you. Patriarch Lu roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang with a murderous aura. The heavens will not forgive you? Are you fucking kidding me? The Lu family dares to launch a sneak attack. If little Qin Zi is a bastard, then you are worse than a bastard. But at this moment, Wolf King arrived. The two ribs on his claws mercilessly smashed toward Patriarch Lu's head. Patriarch Lu's expression changed and he quickly turned around to escape. Bang! The two ribs smashed into his back, and with a cracking sound, his spine was shattered. Ah! Patriarch Lu was once again sent flying with a scream, and blood spurted out from his mouth. You two old bastards, don't run if you have the guts. Wolf King charged toward the Grand Elder and the Grand Elder with a murderous aura. The two of them also changed their expressions and fled in panic. High up in the sky, Housekeeper Lu breathed his last and fell down. Swoosh! At this moment, dozens of figures soared into the sky with an imposing aura. The 7 old men in the lead all had an unfathomable aura. The group of people behind the 7 of them were also war emperors. One of the old women in black caught Steward Lu and said in a deep voice, "Steward Lu is dead." The group of people immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes flashing with a shocking murderous aura. What? You want to gang up on me? Qin Feiyang glanced at them. These people were the old monsters of the Lu family. The weakest among them was a 5-star combat emperor. The aura of the strongest 7 was comparable to Yan Nanshan's. They were all 8-star combat emperors. With such a powerful lineup, it could be said that Qin Feiyang had no chance of winning if they really fought. However, there was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. Because he had something to rely on, a trump card. You killed a member of my Lu clan. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. The black-clothed old woman shouted. He attacked me first. What's wrong with me killing him? Now you're blaming me, don't you think it's ridiculous? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. Cut the crap. Everyone, let's attack together and cripple him. The black-clothed old woman coldly shouted. Without any explanation, the group of people rushed towards Qin Feiyang with great momentum. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He felt rather helpless when faced with such shameless people. Wolf King, who was in the middle of chasing after the 3 elders, was immediately enraged when he saw the situation. He roared, "Little Qin Zi, why don't we wipe out the Lu family today?" Wipe out the Lu family. Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozens of people, his eyes flashing. Suddenly, wisps of murderous aura burst out of his body. All right. Wipe out the Lu family. Qin Feiyang nodded. At this moment he was like the god of death, his eyes extremely cold. Clang. Chang Shui appeared out of thin air. He grabbed Chang Shui, and a shocking aura erupted in all directions like a volcanic eruption. How dare they threaten to wipe out the Lu family? Are they crazy? If they alert the Lu family's patriarch, they won't be able to survive. The people in the void far away were all dumbfounded. This man and wolf were so crazy that they had reached the point of lawlessness. Arrogant. The dozens of people from the Lu family were also seething with anger. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. White-eyed wolf, delay those 3 old men. I want them to see their clansmen die one by one. Qin Feiyang shouted. Swoosh. As soon as he finished his words, he used the phantom steps and dashed towards the group of people without fear, his eyes fixed on 20 of them. These 20 people were all 5-star combat emperors. His first target was to eliminate these 20 people. I don't know if they're dead or alive. The eyes of the old woman in black and the other 6 people turned cold. With a wave of their hands, expanses of dazzling and resplendent battle chi surged towards Qin Feiyang with overwhelming force. Terrifying murderous aura filled every corner of the place. You're just 8-star combat emperors, what are you being so arrogant for? Ultimate void. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger at the sky. An invisible force turned into a rolling torrent and roared. Boom. At this moment, the battle chi of the old woman in black and the other 6 exploded in the void, and a destructive airwave swept across all directions. The 7 of them took a step back. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Although the ultimate void could increase his combat strength to that of an 8-star combat emperor, the 7 of them were real 8-star combat emperors. He would definitely not be able to withstand the joint attack of the 7 of them. The chi and blood in his body were surging, and the arm that used the ultimate void cracked and blood instantly dyed his whole body red. But the battle intent that overflowed from his body was getting more and more terrifying. Boom. He stepped on the void and used the phantom steps to the extreme. He was like a blood-soaked god of war, rushing towards the group of people once again. The sky was filled with the phantoms he left behind. His shocking aura made people tremble in fear. The old woman in black and the other 6 people looked at each other and waved their hands to perform the battle arts. Kill! 7 battle arts appeared in the sky, and all of them were superior battle arts. Their terrifying power shook the heavens and earth. Boom! The 7 battle arts drowned Qin Feiyang and turned him into ashes in an instant. However, there were no screams and no blood gushed out. Not good. It's an illusion. The 7 people's expressions changed. Guiyuan's sword art, annihilation. At the same time, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded from behind, like a devil from hell, making people feel cold all over. The group of people suddenly turned around, including the old woman in black and the other 6 people. Immediately, they saw Qin Feiyang standing in the void behind them. He raised his arm and a red sword aura burst out from his fingertips. Clang! In the blink of an eye, 20 sword shadows appeared in the sky. Their terrifying sharpness swept across the sky and slashed towards the group of people. Quick! The old woman in black shouted. Boom! The group of people used various techniques. Some activated their battle souls. Some used their battle arts. They blasted towards the 20 sword shadows. Clang! Crack! Boom! At that moment, loud noises resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying auras swept out in all directions like tsunamis in the ocean. In the sky, the sword shadows were collapsing, the battle arts were disintegrating, and the battle souls were also collapsing. Qin Feiyang's body shook violently and he kept retreating, blood spurting out from his mouth. This is not good, Yin Yuanming whispered. The lady in purple nodded. The Lu family's lineup was very strong. 7 8-star combat emperors, 11 7-star combat emperors, 15 6-star combat emperors, and 25-star combat emperors. Moreover, all of them had mastered high-grade battle arts. Qin Feiyang's combat strength was indeed shocking. If it was a one-on-one battle, he would be able to crush a 7-star combat emperor. He even had the strength to fight an 8-star combat emperor. However, it was too much for him to fight against 10 people alone. To be exact, he was simply courting death. Let's kill him in one go. The old woman in black shouted. The aura of the group of people from the Lu family skyrocketed. Waves of battle arts and battle souls crushed the sword shadows and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Yin Yuanming's eyelids twitched. He turned to look at the lady in purple and said in a low voice, "Pavilion Master, are you not going to help him?" "Of course I will. However, since he dares to say that he will massacre the Lu family, he must have some hidden trump cards. Let's wait for a while more," the lady in purple said, locking her gaze on Qin Feiyang. Her eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Trump cards? Yin Yuanming frowned and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. He was stunned. Although Qin Feiyang was covered in blood and his face was as pale as paper, he did not show the slightest bit of nervousness or fear in the face of the battle arts and battle souls. His eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. Until now, he was still so confident. It seemed like this little guy really had something to rely on. In the blink of an eye, The battle souls and battle arts had arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. At this moment, almost no one believed that he could turn the tables and turn the situation around. The servants and disciples of the Lu family, including the old woman in black, were all smiling brightly. This time, they would definitely send this little bastard to hell. Moreover, as long as Qin Feiyang died, the Lu family's current predicament would be resolved. At that time, the Zhenbao Pavilion would definitely beg them for help. But just as they were indulging in their fantasies, Qin Feiyang made another move. He put away the Chang Shui and stepped into the void. After stabilizing his body, he stretched out his hands and golden light burst out from his palms. A shocking scene appeared. The battle arts and battle souls stopped in the void in front of Qin Feiyang and were in a stalemate with Qin Feiyang. How could this be? The old woman in black and the others were shocked. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body shook, and blood spurted out from his mouth. His 2 arms were lacerated, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The heart-wrenching pain caused his veins to bulge and his face to become distorted. Although the return formula was extremely powerful, there was a limit to it. Now, the combined attack of dozens of people from the Lu family was far beyond what he could withstand. However, at this moment, he could not fail or give up. Because once he gave up, the battle arts and battle souls in front of him could instantly tear him into pieces and destroy him. The bones in his arms began to break. So what if you can block it? You'll still die in the end. The dozens of people from the Lu family sneered. Little Qin Zi, Wolf King shouted anxiously and his eyes were filled with worry. The Grand Elder and the other 2 seized the opportunity and punched the Wolf King. It released an anguished howl, and like a meteor, it shot into the heavens, dyeing the sky red with blood. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wolf King. The murderous aura in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by a demon. His entire body was surrounded by blood-red murderous aura. The Lu family, I'll destroy you bit by bit. I'll make you disappear from the city. His face was ferocious and hysterical. The word, return, appeared on his palm. Crack, boom. In an instant, the battle souls and battle arts in front of him suddenly turned in the air and rolled toward the old woman in black and the others. At the same time, both of his hands were also shattered into pieces. However, he seemed to be unable to feel the pain. With a thought, a regeneration pill and a healing pill appeared out of thin air and he swallowed them. Chapter 436. How could this be? How could the battle arts and fighting souls be reflected back? What did Qin Feiyang do just now? Seeing this scene, the people who were watching the battle from afar all glared at the scene. I heard that the same thing happened when he fought with Dong Qing. Could this be a battle art? Yin Yuanming was surprised. Is there such a battle art in this world? The lady in purple whispered. Everyone in the Lu family turned pale with fright. How could it be reflected back? They all felt like they were dreaming. Old Four, get out of the way. The 3 elders who were not far away saw the black-clothed old woman and the others and were shocked by the sudden scene. They quickly shouted. But it was too late. The battle arts and fighting souls swarmed and drowned the group of people. Immediately, screams resounded through the sky. 25 star combat emperors were torn into pieces in an instant. 15 6-star combat emperors wanted to escape, but the fighting souls and battle arts were too fierce and unstoppable. In less than 3 breaths, their blood was splattered all over the place. The black-clothed old woman and 11 7-star combat emperors escaped. This was because their strength and speed were 1 level higher than the 5 and 6-star combat emperors. But even though they managed to escape, they were still severely injured. The 11 7-star combat emperors were beyond recognition. They were covered in blood and their eyes, which were full of vigor, were now filled with weakness. A few of them even had their arms crushed and blood gushed out. At this moment, they were like arrows at the end of their flight. The black-clothed old woman and the other 6 were slightly better, but they were also covered with cuts and bruises and were on the verge of death. The people who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang would definitely die. But they never expected that Qin Feiyang could turn the situation around with just one move. And it also caused a huge loss to the Lu family. One must know, the 5- and 6-star combat emperors were the mainstays of the Lu family. Now that they were all dead, it was an irreparable wound to the Lu family. Damn beast! I swear that I will tear you into pieces. The eyes of the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Patriarch of the Lu clan all turned blood red. They roared at the same time and raised their hands to point at the air. 3 streams of battle chi streaked across the sky and shot towards Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, Wolf King descended from the sky and stood behind Qin Feiyang. His millstone-sized eyes emitted a terrifying and ominous glint. You are the ones who will die. The 2 ribs crushed the 3 battle chis, causing them to crumble. Following closely, Wolf King used the void evasion step and charged towards the 3 of them furiously like a ferocious beast descending into the world. Its murderous intent was the same as Qin Feiyang's. It had been completely aroused. In the meantime, Qin Feiyang also charged towards the black-clothed old woman and the others. His cold face was like an emotionless death god. The old woman in black stared at Qin Feiyang and said to the 11 7-stars battle emperors behind her in a deep voice, "All of you, go and heal your wounds." Swoosh! The 11 of them did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the back. Because now, they could no longer be of any help. Staying behind would be equivalent to courting death. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 11 of them and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the old woman in black and said indifferently, "I want to thank all of you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to wipe out the Lu family." These 7 people were the most powerful. The lethality of their battle arts and battle souls was naturally more shocking. The 25 stars battle emperors and 15 6 stars battle emperors that died were basically killed by the battle souls and battle arts of these 7 people. In other words, it was these 7 people who killed 35 of their family members with their own hands. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the old woman in black and the other 6 people's faces suddenly became ferocious. "Bastard! I will tear you apart and cut you into 8 pieces." The 7 of them were in a frenzy. They activated their battle souls and performed their battle arts. Once again, they charged towards Qin Feiyang. "Is that so? You will regret it soon." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. A fire lotus rose into the sky. It was his fire lotus battle soul. However, the fire lotus only had 2 fire lotus leaves at the moment. Although the power of the fire lotus leaf's explosion was terrifying, it had a flaw that required a certain amount of time to repair. Every day, it could only repair 1 fire lotus leaf. Not long ago, when he was fighting with Wu Yan and the others in the inner palace, Qin Feiyang had detonated 7 fire lotus leaves. Now there were only 2 fire lotus leaves left. Swoosh! With a thought, the 2 fire lotus leaves fell off and flew towards the 7 battle souls and battle arts. They were about to collide. But suddenly, the 2 fire lotus leaves rose into the sky and avoided the battle souls and battle arts. They whizzed past the 7 people's heads and continued to shoot towards the back. That's right. Qin Feiyang's target was not the 7 people in black, but the 11 7-star combat emperors who had retreated to the back to recuperate. This sudden turn of events caused the 7 of them to be stunned. But then, they saw through Qin Feiyang's intention. They quickly turned around and shouted at the 11 people, "His target is all of you." "All of us." The 11 people were shocked and quickly fled in fear. "Don't you think it's a little too late to escape now?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He pursed his lips into a cold smile and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The 2 fire lotus leaves exploded at the same time, giving birth to a destructive aura that drowned the 11 people in an instant. Ah! Blood-curdling screams suddenly sounded and spread in all directions. At the same time, the 7 battle souls and battle arts of the 7 people in black also arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. But this time, he didn't face them head-on. He chose to dodge. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The battle arts and battle souls of the 7 people in black hit nothing. But the 11 7-star combat emperors of the Lu family were already at the end of their rope. How could they withstand the attack of the fire lotus leaves? Not a single one of them survived. All of them died. The mutilated corpses fell to the ground. Looking at the 11 corpses, the crowd in the distance was dumbfounded. The Lu family had suffered a great loss. One should know that every combat emperor required a large amount of resources and a large amount of time to nurture them. The Lu family had been in the city for so many years, but they had only cultivated 11 7-star combat emperors. But all of them were gone in an instant. Everything they had done before was in vain. To the Lu family, this could be said to be a disaster. The 7 people in black were also stunned. It was as if they couldn't accept this cruel fact and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The 3 people in black were also in a daze. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Good job. Wolf King turned around and looked at the corpses. He was very happy. But the battle was not over yet. Swoosh. He turned around and looked at the 3 people in black. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Previously, the 3 of them attacked him while he was distracted. Now, he was going to let them have a taste of their own medicine. He used the air escape step and landed in front of the 3 people. Then, he smashed 2 of his ribs at them. Patriarch Lu and the other 2 people in black were shocked. They regained their senses and immediately started to run. But they were too late. Bang, bang, bang. The ribs were hard and hard to break. When they were smashed, they screamed and fell to the ground. I won't give you a chance to turn the tables. Wolf King sneered and swooped down. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air again. His shattered arm had been repaired. He looked down at Wolf King and shouted, "Kill them! You don't need to tell me. I know." Wolf King's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Bastard, I'll kill you!" At the same time, the black-clothed old woman and the others roared as they charged towards Qin Feiyang, their hearts filled with anger. They had lost their minds. There was only one thought in their minds. Kill Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked up at the 7 of them. His gaze was grim. Although the 7 of them were heavily injured, they had 8 star war souls. With the help of their battle techniques and battle souls, he was far from a match for them. Most importantly, there was not a single 9-leaf fire lotus left. The Scarlet Sword Chi had also been depleted. Now, his only trump cards were the Chang Shui, the Return Formula, and the Purple Gold Dragon Soul. The Purple Gold Dragon Soul was definitely not activated. Once it was activated, it would alarm the Mansion Master. The Mansion Master would definitely start to suspect something. Therefore, he could only use the Chang Shui and the Return Formula now. Golden light shone from his left palm. He held the Chang Shui tightly in his right hand. With these 2 trump cards, he was not afraid of a battle. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. This was the aura of a battle master. There was no doubt. Old Monster Lu was here. He looked in the direction and immediately saw a fiery red voice piercing through the air. It was a white-haired old man. He wore a bright red robe and looked hale and hearty. Who else could it be but Old Monster Lu? However, at this moment, his old face was filled with anger, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. "You're courting death." He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King. His old hand pointed in the air, and 2 waves of battle chi shot toward the man and the wolf respectively. His killing intent was bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang shouted, "White-eyed wolf, come here." Why did you have to come now of all times? The Wolf King was a little annoyed. This was because if it had a little more time, it would have finished off the Lu family's patriarch and the other 2. Damn it, I can't work for nothing. It gritted its teeth and continued to charge toward the 3 of them. Just as it was about to close in, the 2 ribs on its claws were like 2 daggers that suddenly stabbed into the first and second elders' sea of chi. The 2 of them immediately screamed in pain. Seeing this scene, everyone froze. Everyone thought that when Old Monster Lu came, Ruffian Wolf would stop. Even Yin Yuanming and the purple-clothed woman thought so. But they didn't expect that it would actually try to kill the 2 elders. Did this guy not want to live anymore? This bastard. Qin Feiyang was also a little stunned, but he was the first to regain his senses. After cursing in his heart, he swooped down towards the Wolf King like lightning. Wolf King pulled out 2 ribs, and was also prepared to get rid of the Lu family's patriarch. At this moment, Old Monster Lu also came back to his senses. "Bastard, you really deserve to die." Immediately, with a furious roar, the pressure of the War Master roared out, enveloping dozens of li of land. In an instant, Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King were imprisoned in the air. As for the 2 streams of battle chi that shot out, they were firmly locked onto the man and the wolf. "Little Qin Zi, what should we do?" The Wolf King anxiously roared. "How would I know? Just wait for death." Qin Feiyang was incomparably furious. The pressure of the War Master was not something that the War Emperor could compare to. Chapter 437. You're dead meat. The black-clothed old woman and her group of 7 glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and began to retreat. Patriarch Lu also retreated with the Grand Elder and the other 2. Because Old Monster Lu was too strong. If they were to approach Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, they would definitely be implicated. "Pavilion Master, it's your turn." Yin Yuanming turned to look at the purple-clothed woman. Right now, only the Pavilion Master could save Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. To be exact, it was Wolf King. Because Qin Feiyang could hide in the castle at any time, he was not afraid of Old Monster Dong at all. The purple-clothed woman glanced at Old Monster Lu and took a step forward. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. "So many people against a child, does your Lu family still know what shame is?" Before he could finish his words, a man and a woman descended from the sky. It was Lu Yun, Yan Nanshan. Lu Yun's aura was even stronger than before. Obviously, she had already consumed the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill. Before entering the inner hall, Qin Feiyang had given her 6 pills, 3 potential pills, 2 potential pills, and 1 9 Chu yellow dragon pill. Although Lu Yun was a 9-star War Emperor and the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill could not allow her to directly step into the War Master, it could help her break through the bottleneck. Just like Yan Nanshan back then, he only needed to cultivate for a few more hours and he would be able to easily enter the War Master. And now, the aura she exuded was that of a 1-star War Master. "Looks like I don't need to do anything," the purple-clothed woman muttered. Glancing at Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun, she immediately retracted her steps. Qin Feiyang was also overjoyed and shouted, "Uncle Yan, Elder Lu, don't worry about me, quickly go and help the white-eyed wolf." Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately flew towards Wolf King. "Break for me!" At the same time, Qin Feiyang roared, his teeth bared and the veins all over his body bulged. With a loud bang, he finally broke free from the shackles and disappeared in the next moment. "Bastard!" He actually let him run away again. The black-clothed old woman and the others were furious. Swish! Lu Yun and Yan Nanshan were also standing in front of Wolf King. Lu Yun looked at the incoming battle chi and whispered, "Old Monster Lu is a 2-star combat grandmaster. He can't be underestimated." "Understood." Yan Nanshan nodded. Boom! The 2 of them waved their hands and formed 2 great battle arts, which blasted toward the battle chi. With a loud bang, the battle chi was instantly annihilated. Old Monster Lu frowned. With a thought, the battle chi that was originally shooting towards Qin Feiyang suddenly changed direction and shot towards Wolf King from behind. Looks like he won't give up until he kills Wolf King. Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun's eyes turned cold. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the 2 battle arts rotated in the air before hurtling toward the battle chi. Boom! His battle chi collapsed again. Old Monster Lu frowned and looked at Lu Yun. "When did you break through to become a 1-star battle ancestor?" "What? Elder Lu has also broken through to War Master?" With the addition of Yan Nanshan, Sacred Hall is even stronger now. The crowd in the distance discussed in low voices. The old woman in black and the others also looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Lu Yun swept his gaze across the 7 of them, looked at Old Monster Lu, and said coldly, "This is my private matter, it has nothing to do with you. Also, if you dare to make a move again, then this elder can only take it that your Lu family is declaring war on my sacred hall." She added. Declaration of war? Old Monster Lu was instantly enraged and shouted, "Don't you have eyes? It's clearly those two little bastards who are behaving atrociously in my Lu family." Chua. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared, and with a few flashes, he landed beside Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun. Wolf King also retracted his ribs, turned into the size of a palm, and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. "Can't the two of you stop for a moment?" Yan Nanshan turned his head and glared at them. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King smiled embarrassedly. Yan Nanshan rolled his eyes and said expressionlessly, "Speak, what's going on?" "It's like this. We're here to challenge the Lu family," and the Lu family had agreed. But they couldn't beat the white-eyed wolf, so they got Steward Lu to sneak an attack on me. I definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. In the end, I accidentally killed Steward Lu. That's enough. We've stirred up a hornet's nest. Those shameless old fools from the Lu family immediately came up to kill me. I had no choice but to retaliate. Qin Feiyang shrugged helplessly. Lu Yun frowned and said, "Then why did you challenge them?" "I was just itching to spar with them, but who would have thought that they would be so despicable? This Lu family is really a huge disgrace to the state capital." Wolf King said indignantly. "They are indeed despicable." Lu Yun scoffed and looked up at the Lu family's patriarch. He asked, "You heard it too, right? Do you think there's a need to pursue this matter?" Old Monster Lu's face sank as he looked at the Lu family head and shouted, "Is that true?" The Lu family head stammered. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Lu family head, there are many people around who witnessed the entire process. Don't lie through your teeth." "Shut up." The Lu family head roared, his gaze extremely sinister. Old Monster Lu glanced at the crowd in the distance and lowered his head to look coldly at the Lu family head. He shouted, "Answer me." The Lu family head's body trembled as he nodded and said, "Patriarch, that's indeed the case. Don't you have a brain? If they wanted to challenge you, wouldn't you reject them?" Old Monster Lu flew into a rage. The Lu family head hurriedly said, "They said that as long as we win, they will remove the ban on Precious Treasure Pavilion." "Stupid! Don't you know who they are? Why would they be so kind? It's fine if they lost, but they actually got the steward to sneak an attack on him. They even ganged up on him. Aren't you humiliating our Lu family by doing this? How can our Lu family establish itself in the state capital in the future? You really have a pig's brain." Old Monster Lu glared at the Lu family head, so angry that his body was trembling. "I was wrong." The Lu family head lowered his head, his face also full of regret. Qin Feiyang said, "I say, can you give me the bet first, then slowly teach him a lesson?" "Bet?" Old Monster Lu was stunned and frowned. "What bet?" "All the savings of your Lu family. This is what the Lu family head personally agreed to. Don't try to go back on your word." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "What?" Old Monster Lu's eyes widened in anger. Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun were also extremely shocked. The Lu family was now banned by Precious Treasure Pavilion. If they lost their savings, they would be dead. He actually dared to make such a huge bet? Was this Lu family head an idiot? Old Monster Lu suddenly looked at the Lu family head and said, "Tell me, this is not true." "Patriarch." The Lu family head lowered his head, not daring to speak, nor did he dare to look at Old Monster Lu's eyes. "Why would I leave the Lu family to an idiot like you to manage?" Old Monster Lu cried out in grief. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression also became haggard. In an instant, Old Monster Lu seemed to have changed into a different person. The black-clothed old woman said, "Patriarch, although we agreed, he killed so many of our clansmen. It should be enough to offset it, right? Do you still have any shame? I killed them because you guys made the first move. Don't tell me I'll just stand here and let you guys kill me? If you still think you haven't lost enough face, then continue." Qin Feiyang smiled obsequiously. The black-clothed old woman was furious to the extreme and roared, "Little bastard, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one to the death. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you." Qin Feiyang glanced at her from the corner of his eyes filled with disdain. Then come. The black-clothed old woman took a step forward, her entire body filled with hostility. Enough. My old face has been completely lost by you guys. If you're willing to bet, you're willing to admit defeat. Immediately take out all your savings and give it to them. Old Monster Lu roared. Patriarch, the Lu family head, the black-clothed old woman, and the other 7 people, as well as the servants and disciples of the Lu family below, all changed their expressions. I don't want to say it a second time. Old Monster Lu said word by word. Obviously, he was on the verge of exploding. The Lu family head's body and mind trembled. He hurriedly brought the Grand Elder and Second Elder and flew to the black-clothed old woman and the other 7 people. After handing over the Grand Elder and Second Elder to the 7 people, they dived down to the main hall below. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, Uncle Yen, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip here, in case he hides something. Yen Nanshan nodded and turned into a ray of light, chasing after the Lu family head. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the Grand Elder and Second Elder. Both of them were unconscious and their lower abdomens were still bleeding. Whited Wolf, did you destroy their qi? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to Yen Nanshan. 100%. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. 2 9-star combat emperors were crippled. 11 7-star combat emperors, 15 6-star combat emperors, and 25-star combat emperors were killed. He even obtained all of the Lu family's savings. It could be considered a successful bloodbath. He glanced at the black-clothed old woman and the others and whispered, Elder Lu, can you help me check if the Lu family's 3rd elder is present? Why? You still want to kill him? Lu Yun raised his eyebrows. With old monster Lu around, how would I dare? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. I don't think there's anything you don't dare to do. Lu Yun rolled his eyes and sighed. To be honest, I'm very worried that one day, you will become the enemy of the entire world. There's no need to worry. Even if we exterminate the Lu family, no one will dare to do anything to us. Wolf King chuckled. Lu Yun was stunned and said in surprise, You're that confident? Wolf King said proudly, Of course, we have someone backing us. Someone is backing us. Lu Yun's body trembled and asked, Who is it? Seeing that Wolf King was getting carried away and was about to spill the beans, Qin Feiyang hurriedly coughed dryly and glared at it. Lu Yun looked at the man and wolf suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Elder Lu, don't listen to its nonsense. Help me check if the 3rd elder is present. Is it nonsense? Lu Yun muttered inwardly. He glanced at the black-clothed old woman and the others before lowering his head to scan the huge Lu family. Gradually, a hint of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked in a low voice. Strange, such a big thing happened. Even old monster Lu was alarmed. Why didn't the 3rd elder appear? Lu Yun frowned. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other as a cold glint flashed across their eyes. That's right. Chapter 438. Wolf King transmitted his voice. Little Qin Zi, can we eliminate the Lu family now? Qin Feiyang nodded. But after some thought, he said, Wait, there's something I'm puzzled about. What is it? Wolf King asked. When I saw the 1st and 2nd elders activate their war souls, I suddenly thought of a problem. A person's appearance can be changed, but their war soul is absolutely impossible to change. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang said, I remember that when Ming fought with you in the martial arts practice field, he activated his fighting soul, right? Wolf King transmitted his voice. Yes, his war soul was taken by me. If this Ming is really the 3rd elder in disguise, why didn't Lu Yun recognize him when he activated his war soul? Qin Feiyang said. That's why. It's so strange. Wolf King was bewildered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he turned to Lu Yun and said, Elder, have you seen Ming's war soul before the temple's grand tournament? Lu Yun was stunned, not knowing why Qin Feiyang suddenly asked such a question, but he answered truthfully, I've been with him for so many years, so of course I've seen it. It's a leopard-shaped beast. Qin Feiyang asked, Have you seen the war soul of the 3rd elder? The war soul of the third elder? Lu Yun pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, because I don't have much interaction with the Lu family, and the third elder rarely appears. Qin Feiyang nodded. At this moment, Yan Nanshan flew over, took out a Qianquan bag from his bosom, and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Thank you, Uncle Yan. Qin Feiyang took it and said with a smile. Why are you being so polite with me? Yan Nanshan rolled his eyes. He looked up at Old Monster Lu and said, Can we go now? Old Monster Lu said, Go ahead. Yan Nanshan retracted his gaze and whispered, Feiyang, hurry up and return to the inner hall, lest the Lu clan finds trouble with you again. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I have to go to the Saint Palace and borrow the alchemy room. Lu Yun asked in puzzlement, Isn't there an alchemy room in the inner sanctum? Qin Feiyang said, Let's go to the Holy Palace first. All right. Lu Yun looked at him helplessly and opened a teleportation door. The four of them quickly left. Ancestor, what should we do now? Patriarch Lu, the old woman in black, and the others immediately flew over to eccentric Lu and looked at him with pleading eyes. You still have the face to ask me? Old Monster Lu glared at them angrily. The 8 of them lowered their heads. Alas! Old Monster Lu let out a long sigh and asked, How's the situation with the first and second elders? They are only unconscious now, but their sea of qi is broken. When they wake up, they will be crippled. The old woman in black said sorrowfully, That damned beast. I will kill it sooner or later. Old Monster Lu's face was as dark as water. Intense killing intent surged in his eyes. There will be a chance to eliminate Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf at any time. The most important thing now is to solve the problem of resources. If we don't solve it in time, I'm afraid our Lu family will be in chaos soon. A white-haired old man said worriedly. Old Monster Lu nodded and took a deep breath. I'll go to the Manor Lord and see if he can get Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang married as soon as possible. Before that, you have to appease the people. Patriarch Lu and the others nodded. As long as Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang married, Precious Treasure Pavilion would no longer dare to ban the Lu family. The Holy Palace. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared in the sky above the square outside the Pillfire Hall. Isn't that senior brother Qin? Why is he back again? As soon as the disciples in the square saw Qin Feiyang's appearance, they revealed a suspicious expression. High in the sky. Lu Yun looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Can you tell me now? I promised Yin Yuanming that he would give us pills with 2 patterns every month. The inner hall has a 4th grade Pillfire. The pills refined have 3 patterns. I don't want anyone to know that I can refine pills with 3 patterns, so I can only come to the Holy Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Yun said in realization, So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang sized up Lu Yun and asked, Elder, have you consumed the potential pills and potential pills? After sending you to the inner hall, I immediately came to find Yan Nanshan. It was also Yan Nanshan who helped me open the door of potential. In short, I have to thank you properly. Lu Yun smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, You have helped me so many times. I should be the one thanking you. All right, don't stand on ceremony. If you have any difficulties in the future, send me a message. Although I might not dote on you like Yan Nanshan, at least I won't leave you in the lurch. Lu Yun said. Yan Nanshan rubbed his nose and asked, Did I dote on him? Lu Yun said indifferently, You know very well whether you did or not. Yan Nanshan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. After chatting for a while, Yan Nanshan and Lu Yun left. Qin Feiyang also landed on the square. After greeting Elder Di and Lu Yun, he entered the Pillfire Hall. He arrived at the door of Alchemy Room 2. But at this moment, the stone door of Alchemy Room 1 opened and a white-robed man walked out. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other. Why was it Xiao Hong? But after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. Qin Feiyang and Murong Jing had both gone to the inner hall. Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng were also dead. Now, Xiao Hong's talent was the best. And with Xiao Hong's flamboyant personality, he would definitely occupy Alchemy Room 1 immediately after Murong Jing left. Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly appear, Xiao Hong was a little stunned. When he came back to his senses, he asked nervously, "Why are you back?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm not here to snatch your alchemy room. I just want to borrow your alchemy room." "Borrow?" Xiao Hong frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "Why do you look like you don't welcome me?" Xiao Hong's pupils constricted. He hurriedly retreated to the side and said with a smile, "Welcome, of course you're welcome. You can use it for as long as you want. Please come in." What a joke. Would he dare to refuse if this fierce man wanted to borrow his alchemy room? He didn't want to follow in Lu Ziyuan and Dong Cheng's footsteps. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, and strode in. This was his first time entering Alchemy Room 1. In fact, it wasn't much different from Alchemy Room 2. It was just slightly bigger. After looking around casually, Qin Feiyang walked into the alchemy room and took out the Grade 3 alchemy furnace, the 9-yang cauldron. Xiao Hong stood outside the alchemy room and said, "I just received news that you and Wolf King had a great show of power in the Lu family. Is that true?" Qin Feiyang smiled without turning his head. "You're quite well informed." Xiao Hong's gaze trembled. How could this man and Wolf be so bold? Suddenly, a glint flashed across his eyes. What kind of elixir was Qin Feiyang preparing to refine? Could it be the potential elixir? If it was really the potential elixir, then he couldn't miss this good opportunity. Even if he couldn't learn it, he would know what kind of herbs were used to refine the potential elixir. As long as he knew these herbs, with his Xiao family's financial resources, he would be able to take all the herbs in the entire spiritual state. At that time, when Qin Feiyang needed herbs, wouldn't he have to beg him? The idea was beautiful. But would Qin Feiyang give him this opportunity? Of course not. Qin Feiyang said, "When I'm refining pills, I don't like outsiders around. Can you leave for a while?" Xiao Hong was slightly stunned and immediately became annoyed. "This is my alchemy room, okay? Is it yours?" Wolf King turned around and looked at him unkindly. "Isn't it?" Xiao Hong frowned. "Think about it carefully. Is it really yours?" Wolf King's eyes became more and more unfriendly. Xiao Hong's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, but suddenly he shuddered and hurriedly said, "No, no, no, it's yours. It's yours. I'll go out immediately." After saying that, he left the alchemy room with a belly full of unwillingness. At the same time, in his heart, a thick anger surged out uncontrollably. Not only did he occupy the alchemy room, he even threatened him. Did he really think he was the boss? Just wait, he would get his revenge sooner or later. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out and said with a smile, "Thank you." Xiao Hong immediately piled up a smile on his face and waved his hand, "You're welcome. If you need it again next time, just come directly. There will definitely be a next time." Qin Feiyang smiled, opened a portal, and walked in with Wolf King. "Can't you tell that I'm just being polite? Bastard, you can continue to be arrogant. I'll see how long you can be arrogant." As soon as the portal dissipated, Xiao Hong immediately jumped up and cursed angrily. "Treasure Pavilion." Qin Feiyang appeared in the lounge and immediately saw Yin Yuanming sitting calmly beside the tea table. Moreover, it was as if he had already known that Qin Feiyang would come and had already brewed tea. Yin Yuanming chuckled and said, "My big gold lord, you're finally here. Please take a seat." Qin Feiyang sat opposite Yin Yuanming. Looking at the teacup on the tea table, his face twitched. This old fellow was indeed very shrewd. Without any nonsense, he directly took out a jade box and threw it to Yin Yuanming. Yin Yuanming opened it and saw that there were only 3 pills inside. 2 red fire-colored glass pills, 1 potential pill. He was stunned, looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, and this is all you give me? Too little? Then give it back to me." Qin Feiyang reached out to snatch it back. Yin Yuanming hurriedly put it away and said with a smile, "What I mean is, pills like Battle Chi Pill and Regeneration Pill, can you also refine some for me? I don't have time now. We'll talk about it later. I want to ask you something." Qin Feiyang said. "What is it?" Yin Yuanming was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you know what the battle soul of the 3 elders of the Lu family is?" He didn't want to drop the ball at a critical moment, So this matter had to be investigated clearly. Yin Yuanming thought for a moment and shook his head. I've never seen it before, is it important? If it's important, I'll help you ask around. It's very important. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Yuanming was stunned and said, What's so important about a battle soul? I really don't know what you're thinking all day long. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Just help me ask around, the sooner the better. Yin Yuanming nodded, and his old eyes flashed. Do you still have the Jianghu yellow dragon pill you gave me last time? What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang frowned. If this thing is auctioned, it will definitely be sold at an unprecedented price, creating an unsurpassable legend. Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up. Swish. Qin Feiyang directly got up, opened a portal, and said, Get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Chapter 439. He would never auction the Jianghu yellow dragon pill, because the effect was too heaven-defying. If the Dong family or the Lu family obtained it, they would be able to create a war master expert in minutes. This was not a good thing for him. Back in the inner hall, Qin Feiyang did not refine pills. He directly entered the castle and prepared to copy the Huan character formula. As his strength increased, the people he came into contact with would also become stronger. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. At least before entering the imperial capital, he had to break through to the War Master realm. But when he saw the pangolin, his gaze became strange again. This guy had not broken through yet. Could it be that he was stuck at the 4-star War King level? If this continued, he would not be able to help at all when he entered the imperial capital. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Pangolin, your speed is too slow. Why don't we change our method? What method? The pangolin opened his eyes, which were filled with anticipation. The reason why your current cultivation speed is so slow is because you haven't opened the door of potential. Why don't you take the Jianghu yellow dragon pill first? When you break through to the 9-star War King level and open the first 4 levels of the door of potential, your speed will naturally increase greatly. Qin Feiyang said. That's a good idea. But I want to be like Brother Wolf and cultivate to the 9-star War King level before taking it. This way I can rush to the 5-star War Emperor. The pangolin said. I'm not trying to discourage you. At your speed, even if you have 50 years, you might not be able to cultivate to the 9-star War King level. Wolf King said disdainfully. The pangolin said angrily, You, what? Did I say something wrong? When you really cultivate to the 9-star War King level, I might have already stepped into the 9-star War Master. Let me tell you, if you don't do as little Qinzi says, the gap between you and us will only get bigger and bigger. Wolf King sneered. It seems to make sense. The pangolin muttered. It was rare that he did not argue with Wolf King. Wolf King rolled his eyes and said snappily, Nonsense, it doesn't make sense, it makes sense. All right, I will take the Jianghu yellow dragon pill. The pangolin nodded. Indeed. If this continued, it might not even be qualified to carry the Wolf King's shoes. Not to mention surpassing Wolf King. That's right. Its wish was to beat up Wolf King one day and step on him a few times while it was at it. Qin Feiyang took out a 9-chew yellow dragon pill with 5 veins. When the pangolin broke through to the 9-star Battle Monarch realm, it would open the door to its potential with the help of the Wolf King. The whole process had tormented it to death. It really didn't want to do it a second time, but when it thought of the opportunity to beat up Wolf King, it gritted its teeth and persevered. After opening the 4th level of the Gate of Potential, it collapsed onto the ground and couldn't help but twitch all over. Only after a long time did he regain his senses. Qin Feiyang opened the 6-word divine formula and prepared to copy it. However, the image crystal suddenly started to move. When he took it out, Yin Yuanming's illusory image appeared. Yin Yuanming smiled and said, I've asked around. So fast? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Do you think I dare to neglect your matter? As soon as you left, I asked the stewards of the West, North, and South City. The steward of the treasure pavilion in the West City had seen the battle soul of the 3rd elder. It's said to be a leopard-shaped battle soul. Yin Yuanming said. That's right. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Shi Ming's battle soul was also a leopard-shaped battle soul. The The third elder could completely impersonate him. And the same battle soul was also relatively common. Yin Yuanming said, "Can you tell me your purpose now?" "You'll know soon." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and turned off the image crystal. Sitting in the treasure pavilion's lounge, Yin Yuanming's face was full of helplessness. Fatso opened his eyes and asked, "Boss, can we directly take down the Lu family now?" Qin Feiyang said, "Definitely." Wolf King's spirit was lifted and immediately lost his enthusiasm for cultivation and urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and act." Fatso stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "It's too boring to take them down like this. Why don't we add some stakes?" "What stakes?" Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at him suspiciously. Fatso's eyes flashed with a cold light and said, "Let Lu Xingchen never have a chance to make a comeback." Wolf King said angrily, "Don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and say it." The two men and one wolf got together and whispered to each other. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said speechlessly, "You can even think of such a despicable thing. I really admire your brain." "Despicable?" Fatso asked. "It's not despicable at all, but very interesting. It's decided so happily." Wolf King laughed sinisterly. "You have to strike while the iron is hot, boss. Hurry up and do it." Fatso urged. Qin Feiyang looked at them helplessly, closed the six-word divine art, and nodded. "Okay, after dealing with the Lu family, I'll go into seclusion in peace." He waved his hand and left the castle with Wolf King. So, the mansion lord also sent a message to Qin Feiyang. He said that old monster Lu went to urge the marriage again, and he couldn't delay it for much longer, so he asked Qin Feiyang to hurry up. Qin Feiyang comforted him, then put away the image crystal and walked out of the alchemy room. "Have you heard? Not long ago, Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf went to the Lu family and made a scene again." "Really?" "It's absolutely true. I heard that the Lu family's 7-star War Emperor, 6-star War Emperor, and 5-star War Emperor were all wiped out. Even the Grand Elder and Second Elder were crippled by Ruffian Wolf, and their savings were also taken away. Then didn't the Lu family suffer a heavy loss? Aren't you talking nonsense? The Lu family is now at the end of their rope. Those two bastards are fierce, aren't they?" Outside, the disciples of the Pillfire Palace gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing. But when the stone door of alchemy room number 2 opened, and Qin Feiyang and Wolf King walked out, everyone fell silent. "What are you talking about? Let us hear it too." The Wolf King chuckled. Immediately, everyone's pupils shrank, and they all turned around and ran into their respective alchemy rooms, closing the stone door tightly. Wolf King was stunned and said angrily, "Damn, am I that scary? If not, would they run away?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and walked toward alchemy room number 4. But before he walked over, the stone door of alchemy room number 1 suddenly opened. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The mysterious expert finally showed up. He stopped and locked his gaze on alchemy room number 1. However, the person who walked out was Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why was he in alchemy room number 1? Was Lu Xingchen close to the owner of alchemy room number 1? Lu Xingchen walked out and was stunned when he saw Qin Feiyang. But then, his eyes turned cold. "You guys are really powerful. How dare you barge into the Lu family? This Lu really wants to know who gave you the guts to do this." He walked toward Qin Feiyang and Wolf King while speaking coldly. Wolf King joked, "Does the Lu family need to borrow guts from others? Only?" Lu Xingchen's eyes turned cold and he sneered, "Continue being arrogant. That's for sure. How does it feel to run around naked? Do you want to run around naked again?" Wolf King joked. Lu Xingchen's body trembled and he couldn't help but clench his fists. But in the end, he endured it. "Let's wait and see." He sneered and jumped down. He landed at the bottom of the patio and rushed outside. Wolf King urged, "Follow him." "What's the hurry? If we follow too closely, he'll notice." Qin Feiyang whispered and followed him unhurriedly. After leaving the Pillfire Palace, Lu Xingchen flew toward the Cultivation Palace. Qin Feiyang didn't continue to follow him because it was too obvious. He swooped down with Wolf King and landed in the dense forest below the mountain stream. He waited quietly. So, Lu Xingchen walked out of the cultivation palace with a gloomy expression. He looked very irritated. After looking around, Lu Xingchen took to the air again and flew south. In the dense forest, Wolf King looked at Lu Xingchen and asked in confusion, "What's he doing running around?" "Who knows?" Qin Feiyang shrugged and retracted his aura. He shuttled through the dense forest. A moment later, Lu Xingchen landed on a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there were many stones and ancient trees. Lu Xingchen walked to the edge of the cliff. He lowered his head and looked at the forest below. His brows were tightly knitted. Not long after, Qin Feiyang also climbed up the mountain peak and hid behind a big tree. Wolf King was still lying on his shoulder. He sent a voice transmission. Is he waiting for someone? He should be waiting for the three elders, Qin Feiyang thought. As expected, after dozens of breaths, a figure flew through the air and landed beside Lu Xingchen. If it wasn't Shi Ming, who else could it be? Shi Ming looked around and asked, "Did you look for the two kings?" Lu Xingchen nodded. "Two kings?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Could the owner of Alchemy Room 1 be one of the two kings of the inner palace? Shi Ming asked, "What's the result?" Lu Xingchen shook his head. No matter what I said, no matter what conditions I offered, they were not willing to help. I knew it would be like this. Qin Feiyang is like the sun in the sky now. Plus, he can refine potential pills. No one is willing to offend him for our Lu family. But now, our Lu family is in a very bad situation. The ancestor has given a death order. You must deal with Ren Wushuang as soon as possible. Shi Ming said. Deal with Ren Wushuang? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His gaze suddenly turned cold. He took out an image crystal and silently recorded this scene. Lu Xingchen was also slightly taken aback. He asked doubtfully, "Didn't the ancestor rush the marriage? What did the mansion lord say?" Shi Ming said, "The mansion lord has been delaying it. Although he didn't say it explicitly, we can already see that he doesn't approve of this marriage." He doesn't approve. Lu Xingchen's body trembled. He asked, "Then how should I deal with Ren Wushuang?" The ancestor said that desperate times call for desperate measures. As long as you and Ren Wushuang do it, the mansion lord will have to agree even if he doesn't. When that happens, not only will we solve the current problem, but our Lu family's status in the capital will also rise to a higher level. Shi Ming sneered. Lu Xingchen frowned. This is for you. Make a good plan. Remember, you must not fail. Because if you fail, our Lu family will be doomed eternally. Chapter 440. Lu Xingchen watched Shi Ming leave and open the jade box. Inside lay a red elixir. Qin Feiyang poked his head out, and when he saw the elixir, his eyes trembled. What elixir? Wolf King sent a telepathic message. Aphrodisiac elixir. Qin Feiyang turned around and leaned against the tree, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. What's an aphrodisiac elixir? Wolf King was confused. Qin Feiyang said, it stimulates a person's lust and makes them uncontrollably yearn for it. What? Are they going to give Ren Wushuang an aphrodisiac elixir? Wolf King was bewildered. Isn't it obvious? Qin Feiyang sneered. Damn it, I'm going to kill him now. Wolf King was furious. Don't be rash. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and turned to look at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen grabbed the jade box and looked up at the sky, his eyes burning with anger. I alone am enough in the spiritual state. Why does there have to be another Qin Feiyang? He stood there muttering to himself, his hands tightly clenched together, and his face gradually twisted. If not for Qin Feiyang's sudden appearance, none of this would have happened. The Lu family would not have ended up in this state. Why? In the end, Lu Xingchen roared like a madman, his long hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen's back and murderous intent surged in his heart. Swoosh! At this moment, another black figure broke through the air and arrived. It was the woman in black who confronted Ren Wushuang when Lu Xingchen was running naked. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and put the jade box away. He turned to look at the woman in black and frowned. What are you doing here? Ren Wushuang obviously doesn't want to marry you. Why do you have to force him? The woman in black said faintly. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Xingchen said coldly and turned to leave. Lu Xingchen, stop being so stubborn. Ren Wushuang said it himself. You only have fame and fortune in your eyes, and women are just tools. She doesn't like you at all. No matter what you say, she won't marry you. You'd better give up now. The black-clothed woman said angrily. Lu Xingchen's body stiffened. He turned to look at the woman in black and asked, did she really say that? The woman in black nodded. Damn it. Lu Xingchen cursed in his heart. His eyes flashed and fell in front of the woman in black. He sighed. Xin Mei, I've known about your feelings for a long time. What do you know? Don't you only have Ren Wushuang in your eyes? The woman in black sneered. Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes, I neglected you in the past. I apologize. To be honest, I also like you very much. Like me? The woman in black trembled and looked at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Nonsense, of course there's adultery. Wolf King smiled slyly. Adultery? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This bastard with a human face but a beast's heart. He hasn't married my cheap sister yet, but he's already doing this. If they get married, won't he be even more unscrupulous? Lu Xingchen didn't notice the man and wolf hiding in the dark at all. He took 2 more steps forward and almost pressed his body against Xin Mei's. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. What's going to happen next? I'm really looking forward to it. Wolf King smiled slyly. This saves a lot of trouble. Qin Feiyang muttered. Fatso's evil plan was to find a few women to lie with Lu Xingchen. In this way, not only could he catch them in bed, but he could also make the rumors come true. At that time, Lu Xingchen would have no room to turn over. He thought it would be very troublesome, but he didn't expect that Lu Xingchen and the woman in black would make such a scene. Even if nothing happened now, as long as the recorded video was exposed to the world, Lu Xingchen's reputation would be tarnished. He looked at Xin Mei again. She was a little flustered at the moment. She did like Lu Xingchen for a long time. But Lu Xingchen's change was too sudden. She couldn't get used to it. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hands and directly hugged Xin Mei in his arms. Xin Mei instinctively struggled. Lu Xingchen said softly, I really like you. Don't reject me, okay? That one sentence made Xin Mei lose her composure. I pursued Ren Wushuang only because of her identity and status. I don't have any feelings for her. But I'm sincere to you. It's just that I was afraid of being found out by Ren Wushuang, so I didn't dare to show it. Lu Xingchen continued. Hearing this, Xin Mei stopped struggling. She looked up at Lu Xingchen and asked, Really? Lu Xingchen said, I swear to God. Xin Mei's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile as she said, Then are you prepared to give up on her and marry me? Marry? Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with disdain. He shook his head and said, I can't give her up yet. But Xin Mei pushed Lu Xingchen away with both hands. I have my difficulties. Lu Xingchen sighed deeply. What difficulties? Xin Mei frowned and asked. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and sighed. You know the current situation of the Lu family. If I don't marry Ren Wushuang, Zhenbao Pavilion won't lift the ban. Xin Mei fell silent. Lu Xingchen said again, Mayor, you're a smart person. You should know that if we get married, not only will it not solve the problem, but it will also implicate you and your family. Don't say any more. Just pretend I've never been here. Xin Mei's eyes were a little wet. She turned to leave. Lu Xingchen hurriedly grabbed her and said, Listen to me, okay? Is there a need? Xin Mei looked at him coldly. Lu Xingchen said, I must get Ren Wushuang. Can you help me? Bastard. Xin Mei immediately slapped Lu Xingchen's face. Good hit. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King secretly cheered. Lu Xingchen was stunned. I admit that I like you, but I'm not stupid enough to help you do this kind of thing. I also want to ask you, don't you feel ashamed to let a woman who likes you help you get another woman? Shen Mei shouted angrily. After being shouted at by Shen Mei, Lu Xingqian's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. But the smile on his face remained. Lu Xingqian said, "You're right. I'm a bastard. But only by doing this can I bring you happiness in the future." Shen Mei was stunned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Lu Xingqian said, "If the ban on Zhenbao Pavilion is not lifted, you're destined to live a life of hardship with me." Shen Mei said, "I don't care." "You don't care, but I care. I, Lu Xingqian, am 7 feet tall. How can I let the woman I love suffer with me?" Mei, when Ren Wushuang and I get married, Zhenbao Pavilion will definitely lift the ban immediately. When the time comes, I'll officially marry you and bring you to the Lu family. What do you think? Lu Xingqian grabbed Shen Mei's shoulders and asked in a low voice. Shen Mei was a little uncertain. Wolf King looked at him with disdain and said telepathically, "Although this bastard is scum, he's quite good at dealing with women. Little Qin Zi, you should learn from him." "Get lost." Qin Feiyang secretly shouted and glared at it fiercely. "Mei? Are you with Ren Wushuang? Don't worry. When we get married, I'll have the final say. If I want to marry you, she won't dare to say no." Lu Xingqian reassured Shen Mei again. Shen Mei was silent for a while and asked, "How do you want to deal with her?" "Stupid woman." Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. Even an idiot would be able to tell that Lu Xingqian's words were nothing but flowery words. Shen Mei actually believed him? Sure enough, the IQ of a woman in love was worrying. Lu Xingqian was also secretly overjoyed. He swept his gaze around, took out the jade box from his bosom, and said in a low voice, "Let's find an opportunity to let her consume this medicinal pill." Shen Mei took the jade box and opened it. She was shocked and said, "Aren't you afraid of angering the master?" "What's there to be afraid of? When she becomes my woman, what can the master do to me?" Lu Xingqian sneered. "You're crazy. I can't do such a thing." Shen Mei shook her head. Lu Xingqian's expression changed. He hurriedly hugged Shen Mei and comforted her. "Mei, this concerns our future happiness. You must help me." Shen Mei was once again flustered. Lu Xingqian's eyes flashed. He lowered his head and kissed Shen Mei. When their lips touched, Shen Mei melted in an instant. "Damn, do we have to put on a porn show?" Wolf King's eyes widened. "It's not suitable for children." Qin Feiyang reached out and covered its eyes. A moment later, Lu Xingqian looked up and begged, "Mei, can you help me?" Shen Mei thought for a while and said, "I'll try." Lu Xingqian said, "Don't try. You must succeed." "Okay." Shen Mei nodded. "Thank you." Lu Xingqian was overjoyed and said, "When you succeed, send me a message immediately." Shen Mei nodded again. "Then I'll go back first. I'll wait for your message," Lu Xingqian said gently with a smile on his face. Then he turned around and flew away. Alas! Shen Mei sighed faintly. She also soared into the sky and flew toward the Cultivation Palace. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King also walked out. The show is finally about to begin. The Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took out the image crystal and quickly became excited. Very soon, Ren Wushuang's shadow appeared. "Oh, isn't this the legendary Qin Feiyang? Why did you suddenly think of sending me a message?" "Immediately," Ren Wushuang said in a strange tone. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly and said, "Sis, I don't have time to talk nonsense now. There's something I want to ask you. Who is Shen Mei?" Ren Wushuang frowned and said, "Why are you asking about her?" "Don't ask yet, tell me quickly," Qin Feiyang urged. "She is the eldest daughter of the Shen family in the West City. She is quite talented and is now a 5-star war emperor. When we were young, we often played together." "Oh right, her grandfather is also the city lord of the West City," Ren Wushuang said. "His background is that big?" Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other. Chapter 441. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly. He looked up at Ren Wushuang and said, "Give me your current coordinates." When Ren Wushuang gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang opened the transmission door and appeared in a cultivation room with Wolf King. The cultivation room was only 23 meters long and had no decorations. There was only a shabby futon. It was very simple, but it was very clean. Ren Wuxuang was sitting on the futon at the moment. Wolf King glanced around and said in surprise, "Little girl Ren, you cultivate in such a place?" "Can't I?" Ren Wuxuang said expressionlessly. Wolf King said, "Okay, but compared with little Qinzi's alchemy room, yours is simply a dog's kennel." "Dog's kennel?" Ren Wuxuang suddenly stood up, stretched out her white hand, grabbed Wolf King's face, and said angrily, "Are you saying I'm a dog?" No. You misunderstood. "It hurts, let go." Wolf King wailed. "Pumph." Ren Wuxuang snorted coldly, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and said angrily, "You haven't come to see me after coming back for so long." "What do you mean?" "I'm too busy." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Yes, we wanted to see you as soon as possible, but there were too many things to do and we couldn't leave." Wolf King nodded repeatedly. "Is that so?" Ren Wuxuang pursed her lips with a sneer. It was as if she was saying, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other, full of helplessness. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face became extremely serious and he said, "Sister, don't make trouble. We have business to do now." "What business?" Ren Wuxuang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Let go of the white-eyed wolf first." Ren Wuxuang suspiciously glanced at the man and the wolf before finally releasing his evil claws. Qin Feiyang said, "Sister, send a message to your grandfather right now." "What are you trying to do?" Ren Wuxuang frowned. The Wolf King impatiently waved its paw and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and send the message." "Say it again." Ren Wuxuang immediately scowled. Wolf King shrunk his neck and coldly snorted, "This matter is related to you. If you don't do it, you'll definitely regret it." Ren Wuxuang raised his eyebrows and activated the image crystal. A short while later, an ancient figure appeared out of nowhere. The mansion master teased, "Girl, what kind of wind is blowing today? You actually took the initiative to look for this old man?" Ren Wuxuang said, "It's not me who's looking for you, it's Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf." Qin Feiyang took Wolf King and walked to Ren Wuxuang's side. Seeing the man and the wolf, the mansion master's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked in surprise, "Is it done?" "Of course." Wolf King chuckled. "Good. You're in the inner hall, right? This old man will go find you right away." The mansion master was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Old master, don't worry. There's one more thing that I need you to do." "Say it quickly." The mansion master was a little impatient. Qin Feiyang said, "Inform the Shen family's ancestor and the Lu family's ancestor to come together." "Is this related to the Shen family?" The mansion master was puzzled. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "It has a lot to do with them." "Okay, this old man will call them now." After the mansion master finished speaking, the shadow quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked at Wolf King and said, "Go and invite Lu Xingchen and Shiming." Wolf King nodded. He opened the portal and rushed in without looking back. Ren Wuxuang asked suspiciously, "Feiyang, can you tell me what you're doing?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. They came so fast. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the stone door and muttered to himself. "What's so fast?" Ren Wuxuang was stunned and asked, "Do you know who it is?" Qin Feiyang said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be Shen Mei." Ren Wuxuang became more and more puzzled and walked up to open the stone door. A black figure suddenly entered his sight. Who else could it be but Shen Mei? "And he got it right?" Ren Wuxuang muttered, looked at Shen Mei and said lightly, "What's the matter?" "I want to talk to you." Shen Mei squeezed out a very reluctant smile. "Then come in." Ren Wuxuang stepped aside and his field of vision suddenly widened. When she saw Qin Feiyang, Shen Mei's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise and said, "Why are you here?" Qin Feiyang just smiled faintly. Shen Mei frowned imperceptibly, turned to look at Ren Wuxuang, and said with a smile, "Since you have guests, I'll come to you another day." Ren Wuxuang nodded. Shen Mei turned to leave. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Senior Sister Shen Mei, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come in and have a chat." "No need," Shen Mei said without turning her head. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, stood in front of Shen Mei, and said lightly, "I'm afraid it's not up to you to stay." "What do you mean?" Shen Mei raised her eyebrows. "Please." Qin Feiyang pointed to the cultivation room. "Don't be too presumptuous," Shen Mei shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "If you're not afraid, the matter between you and Lu Xingchen will be known by everyone. You can speak louder." Shen Mei's pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Senior Sister Shen, please." Shen Mei took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, turned and walked into the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang also entered the cultivation room. But when he passed by Ren Wushuang whispered, "Feiyang, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang just smiled mysteriously, looked at Shen Mei and sighed, "Why are you so stupid?" "What?" Shen Mei was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "You're still playing dumb. Can't you see that Lu Xingchen is just using you?" Shen Mei said in surprise, "You," Qin Feiyang said, "are you going to ask me how I know? Let me tell you, I know everything, and I also know your purpose of coming to Ren Wushuang." "That's impossible." Shen Mei shook her head with a look of disbelief. "You're really a sad woman." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. Whoosh! At this moment, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. 2 of them were the mansion master and old monster Lu. The other person was also an old man. He had white hair and a white beard, and he was also wearing a white robe. He was like an enlightened master, exuding an otherworldly aura. When Shen Mei saw the 3 of them, she couldn't help but be stunned. Old monster Lu and the white-haired old man were also a little stunned when they saw Qin Feiyang and the other 2 in the cultivation room. "Greetings, mansion master." "Greetings, city lord Lu." After Shen Mei came back to her senses, she hurriedly bowed. The mansion master nodded and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang, as if asking why Shen Mei was also here. Qin Feiyang cast a reassuring look and said with a smile, "Now, let's wait for the main character to appear." A cold light flashed in old monster Lu's eyes. He turned to look at the mansion master and frowned. "My lord, did you call me and old Shen here just to see him behave atrociously here?" "Old monster Lu, why are you in such a hurry? Did you do something wrong? Are you afraid?" Qin Feiyang teased. "What a joke. This old man is upright and upright. What's there to be afraid of?" Old monster Lu sneered. "Since you're not afraid, don't be anxious." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at the white-haired old man. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you should be Shen Mei's grandfather, the city lord of West City." The white-haired old man nodded and said with a smile, "Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Little brother, you are indeed impressive, a dragon among men." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior, you flatter me. I took the liberty to invite you here, please forgive me." Old monster Lu and the white-haired old man were stunned and looked at the mansion master in confusion. "That's right. Qin Feiyang asked you to come." The mansion master nodded. Old monster Lu's eyes suddenly flickered. The white-haired old man's eyes were also full of doubts. At the same time, a trace of panic crept into Shen Mei's eyes. She walked to Qin Feiyang and whispered, "Qin Feiyang, I beg you, don't tell the mansion master and the others about this." "But is it for yourself or Lu Xingchen?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Shen Mei wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Don't continue to be stupid, it won't do you any good." How powerful were the mansion master and the other 2? Even though the 2 of them were very quiet, they were still heard by them. The white-haired old man looked at Shen Mei and frowned. "Girl, what's going on?" Shen Mei panicked and said, "Grandfather." At this time, Wolf King's shout sounded from outside. "The protagonist has arrived. Everyone, hurry up and welcome him." Before his voice faded, Shi Ming and Lu Xingchen appeared at the door of the cultivation room. "Why are there so many people?" Seeing the mansion master and Qin Feiyang in the cultivation room, the 2 of them were shocked. At the same time, When old monster Lu saw the two of them, an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go in. Wolf King also walked over and shouted. Lu Xingqian and old monster Lu looked at each other and hurriedly walked into the cultivation room. They bowed and said, Greetings, Mansion Master. Greetings, City Lord Shen. The Mansion Master nodded indifferently. Qin Feiyang shouted, White-eyed wolf, close the door. All right. Wolf King waved his claws, and the stone door closed with a bang. The sound of the stone door closing caused Lu Xingqian's body to tremble as he hurriedly looked at Shen Mei. However, Shen Mei lowered her head and did not look at him. Did she betray me? Lu Xingqian was bewildered. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said indifferently, Since everyone is here, let's settle the first matter. He looked at Lu Xingqian and said, What you asked Shen Mei to do before, did you say it yourself, or do you want me to say it for you? Sure enough, she betrayed me. Lu Xingqian's mind trembled as he stared at Shen Mei and roared, You bitch, I shouldn't have believed you. What? Apart from Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King, everyone had a stupefied expression. Shen Mei came back to her senses and looked up at Lu Xingqian. She said angrily, What do you mean? Lu Xingqian said ferociously, I trusted you so much, but you still betrayed me. Let me tell you, if I don't have a good life, you won't either. You actually think that I betrayed you? Shen Mei looked at him in disbelief. If you didn't say it, how would Qin Feiyang know? Lu Xingqian roared. Shen Mei suddenly felt wronged and shed tears. Now do you see his true colors? From the beginning to the end, he was using you. Those sweet words he said to you before were purely to deceive you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I was blind. Chapter 442. Ren Wushuang supported Shen Mei and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. She frowned and asked, What exactly is going on? Miss Ren, do you know why Shen Mei came to find you? She listened to Lu Xingqian's slanderous words and wanted to force you to take the aphrodisiac pill. Wolf King said, What? Ren Wushuang's delicate body trembled. The mansion master and the white-haired old man also suddenly changed. Old monster Lu and Shiming looked at Lu Xingqian at the same time. Bastard! You can't even handle such a small matter. What are you doing? Old monster Lu shouted through voice transmission. Lu Xingqian's body trembled as he looked at old monster Lu for help. Old monster Lu cursed in his heart. His eyes flashed slightly as he sent a voice transmission to Lu Xingqian. Did Qin Feiyang see it with your own eyes? Lu Xingqian shook his head slightly. That's easy. Push all the blame to Shen Mei. Old monster Lu secretly instructed. Following that, he aggressively walked towards Lu Xingqian. As he approached, he immediately slapped Lu Xingqian's face and shouted, How dare you do such a thing? How dare you? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned. The mansion master and the others also looked at old monster Lu and Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian said with a plop, Ancestor, this matter is not my fault. Still quibbling. Old monster Lu was furious and raised his hand to slap him again. Bang. Lu Xingqian was sent flying on the spot and crashed into the wall behind him. Blood spurted out of his mouth continuously. Bang bang bang. Old monster Lu angrily walked over and punched and kicked Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian howled miserably. Are they acting? Wolf King transmitted his voice. If it's not acting, then what is it? Qin Feiyang sneered. It must have been hard on Lu Xingqian to act so realistically. Wolf King looked at Lu Xingqian sympathetically. Who would believe it if it wasn't more realistic? If I'm not wrong, Lu Xingqian will definitely push the blame onto Shen Mei. Qin Feiyang thought. Wolf King said, Then we might as well take out the evidence and make him speechless. There's no rush. Let them quibble first. The more they quibble, the angrier Manor Head and old monster Shen will be when the truth is revealed. This time, I'm going to wipe out the Lu clan. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Alright, let's watch the show first. Wolf King chuckled. Watching Lu Xingqian get beaten up was also a form of enjoyment. A moment later, old monster Lu seemed to be tired and finally stopped. Then he looked at Lu Xingqian. He was paralyzed on the ground, his nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen, blood was flowing, and his face was full of pain. Get up immediately and tell the manor head the ins and outs of this matter in detail. If you hide anything or lie, I'll kill you on the spot. Old Monster Lu retreated to the manor head's side and shouted at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen shuddered and got up in a sorry state. He knelt on the ground and said, "Manor head, Shen Mei is the mastermind of this matter." "What did you say?" Shen Mei's eyes widened in anger. "Isn't it? You're jealous of Ren Wushuang's talent, jealous of her talent, so you asked me to cooperate with you to murder her. As long as she loses her innocence, she won't have the face to see anyone in the future, and no one will compete with you for fame and fortune. Shen Mei, you really have a vicious heart. You're obviously the mastermind, but now you're actually beating me up and framing me. Where's your conscience?" Lu Xingchen let out a hysterical roar. He rolled and crawled in front of the manor head and said, "Grandparent, please believe me. I was only bewitched by her for a moment. I know I was wrong. I will definitely change." "I'm the mastermind? I framed you?" Shen Mei looked at Lu Xingchen with a dull expression. She had never thought that the man she had always liked was actually such a trash. The manor head frowned and glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eyes. Seeing Qin Feiyang's unperturbed appearance, it was as if he had eaten a calming pill. The manor head lowered his head to look at Lu Xingchen and asked, "This old man will give you another chance. Is the truth really as you said?" Lu Xingchen nodded. Old Monster Lu, who was beside him, said angrily, "Even if you were bewitched by her, you still deserve to be punished." Lu Xingchen hurriedly said, "Ancestor, I was wrong. I'm willing to accept any punishment." Pumph. Old Monster Lu snorted coldly, turned to look at Old Monster Shen, and sighed, "Old Shen, you're so virtuous. How did you teach such a granddaughter?" Old Monster Shen's face darkened, and he went up to slap Shen Mei. But a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. Everyone present looked at the hand. The owner of the hand was Qin Feiyang. Shi Ming said angrily, "Qin Feiyang, City Lord Shen is teaching his granddaughter a lesson. Why are you stopping him? Aren't you being too nosy? You'd better shut up." Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly, then looked at Old Monster Shen and said with a smile, "You can't slap her." But Old Monster Shen frowned. "Because she's already very hurt. If you slap her again, I'm afraid she'll do something stupid," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, a trace of suspicion crept into Old Monster Shen's eyes. Why did Qin Feiyang's tone sound as if there was something fishy about this? He looked at Shen Mei and saw that Shen Mei's face was filled with sadness and pain. At that moment, he realized that he might have really wronged this granddaughter. He put down his arm and looked at Qin Feiyang again with a trace of help in his eyes. From the beginning until now, this man had been calm and unruffled. He should have some evidence in his hands. Qin Feiyang smiled at Old Monster Shen, looked at Old Monster Lu and Lu Xingchen, and said, "Are you done acting? If not, then continue acting." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Old Monster Lu shouted. "Grandpa Ren, you watched me grow up. You know what kind of person I am. I would never dare to lie in front of you. This Qin Feiyang has always disliked me. That's why he's speaking up for Shen Mei now. They might even be in cahoots to frame me and get rid of me. Grandpa Ren, please investigate." Lu Xingchen also said. But whether it was Lu Xingchen or Old Monster Lu, they all began to feel nervous. Because Qin Feiyang was too calm. "Wonderful, wonderful. You guys wait a moment. I'll get a small stool and a jar of good wine. I'll watch your performance slowly." After Wolf King finished speaking, he turned to Ren Wushuang and said, "Miss Ren, do you have a stool and wine?" Ren Wushuang glared at him. At this time, he was still in the mood to mess around. He really deserved a beating. "I have it here." Old Monster Shen waved his hand, and a chair and a jar of aged wine appeared in front of Wolf King out of thin air. "Thank you." Wolf King's eyes lit up. He tore open the seal on the wine jar, and a strong aroma of wine immediately wafted out. Just by smelling the aroma of the wine, he felt like he was floating in the air. Immediately, Wolf King's eyes lit up and his body became 1 meter long. He hugged the wine jar and lay down on the chair. It's soft in the mouth and fragrant in the mouth. Good wine, it's really good wine. He raised his head and took a sip. He couldn't help but exclaim. Then he looked at Lu Xingchen and Old Monster Lu and said, "You can continue acting." Mansion Master, he's too presumptuous. And Old Shen, what do you mean by this? If he wants wine, you give it to him. If he wants your life, are you going to give it to him? Old Monster Lu was so angry that he went crazy. The Mansion Master didn't say anything. Old Monster Shen glanced at Old Monster Lu and said, "If you can return my granddaughter's innocence, I'm willing to give up my life." Qin Feiyong's heart trembled. It seemed that Old Monster Shen loved Shen Mei very much. Old Monster Lu frowned and said angrily, "Do you mean that Lu Xingchen is lying?" Old Monster Shen said indifferently, "I don't know if he's lying or not, but I know that we can't listen to a person's one-sided words." Old Monster Lu said, "Okay, now show me the evidence to prove that Lu Xingchen is lying to everyone." Wolf King said through voice transmission, "Little Qin Zi, it's time to show the evidence, isn't it?" "It's time." Qin Feiyong nodded, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Mansion Master, Old Senior Shen, in fact, the mastermind behind this matter is Old Monster Lu." "What?" The two of them trembled and looked at Old Monster Lu gloomily. "Damn it. Does he really have evidence in his hands?" Old Monster Lu was shocked and sent a voice transmission to Lu Xingchen. Did Qin Feiyong see it with his own eyes? According to Qin Feiyong's previous methods, if he saw it with his own eyes, he would definitely record it with an image crystal. Lu Xingchen shook his head without a trace, his eyes firm. "It seems that this little bastard is bluffing us and making us give ourselves away." Old Monster Lu thought to himself, and a sneer appeared in his old eyes. Swish. He suddenly looked at Qin Feiyong, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Since you said that I'm the mastermind behind this, show me the evidence. If you can, I'll give you my old life. But if you can't, you and Ruffian Wolf will kill yourselves on the spot." "Do you dare?" Old Monster Lu shouted. "That's what you said." Qin Feiyong smiled. Wolf King also smiled. The next moment, Qin Feiyong took out an image crystal and poured his battle chi into it. An image quickly appeared. In the image, Shi Ming and Lu Xingchen stood at the top of the mountain, and their conversation echoed in the cultivation room. "How is this possible? This can't be real." As soon as Lu Xingchen saw the image, he shook his head frantically, his face full of disbelief. Shi Ming and Old Monster Lu also widened their eyes in anger. Swish. Old Monster Lu suddenly exploded and threw a punch at the image crystal. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure emerged and enveloped the entire room. Old Monster Lu, Lu Xingchen, and Shi Ming were all imprisoned. Let's talk after watching it. The Mansion Master glanced at Old Monster Lu, then raised his head to continue watching the image. Old Monster Lu's heart sank to the bottom. He glared angrily at Lu Xingchen and roared through sound transmission, "You useless piece of trash, I'll kill you later." Lu Xingchen's eyes suddenly filled with deep despair. Suddenly, he stared at Qin Feiyong and Wolf King, his eyes full of resentment. Why was it always these two bastards who ruined his good deeds? He was unwilling. He was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Feiyong and Wolf King to pieces. Chapter 443. A bone-piercing murderous intent filled the entire cultivation room. The images in the void kept flashing. The conversation fell clearly into everyone's ears. When he saw Shi Ming give the aphrodisiac pill to Lu Xingchen, the Mansion Master's eyes darkened. When he saw Lu Xingchen deceiving Shen Mei with sweet words to murder Ren Wushuang, Old Weirdo Shen's face also turned cold. When the images ended, the Mansion Master and Old Weirdo Shen's eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent. The Lu family is really vicious. Ren Wushuang glanced at Lu Xingchen and the other two, his face as cold as ice. Lu Xingchen's body trembled and he hurriedly said, "Wushuang, shut up, don't talk to me again." Ren Wushuang shouted coldly and looked at Lu Xingchen with disgust. He then lowered his head to look at Shen Mei and sighed. "Didn't I tell you not to provoke him? Why didn't you listen?" "Wushuang, I'm sorry. Xin Mei threw herself into Ren Wushuang's arms and cried bitterly. Her face was pale, and her delicate body was trembling. Sigh. Ren Wushuang sighed deeply and patted her shoulder, comforting her. It's okay, it's all over. I won't blame you. Looking at Xin Mei's sad appearance, old weirdo Xin's anger was uncontrollable. What else do you have to say? I really didn't expect you to be so despicable to do such a terrible thing. He suddenly turned his head and roared at old weirdo Lu. The most infuriating thing was, the dignified East City governor dared not to admit what he did and pushed all the blame to his granddaughter. If Qin Feiyang did not have evidence, his granddaughter would not be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Old weirdo Lu's body trembled. He hurriedly looked at the mansion master and begged, Sir, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life for the sake of all the years I've served you. However, the manor head ignored him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, I have a question. Why is Shi Ming helping the Lu clan? Qin Feiyang said, because he's not Shi Ming at all. Wolf King nodded and said, yes, according to my brother and little Qin Zi's investigation, he should be the third elder of the Lu family in disguise. What? Everyone present trembled both physically and mentally. But there was a difference. Mansion Master, old eccentric Xin, Ren Wushuang, and Shen Mei were all shocked. But old monster Lu Xingchen, and Shi Ming were terrified. Old weirdo Shen stepped forward and grabbed Shi Ming's chin. He took out a facial restoration pill and stuffed it into Shi Ming's mouth. Immediately, Shi Ming's appearance began to change. Soon, a black-haired old man appeared in front of everyone. It really is you. How dare you impersonate the law-enforcing elder of the Divine Temple? Your Lu clan is really bold. Old Monster Shin shouted angrily. Manor Head, spare my life. Old Monster Lu and the other two were terrified. Their hatred for Qin Feiyang and Wolf King had undoubtedly risen to another level. Spare your life? After making such a big mistake, if this old man still spares you, what will the world think of this old man? The mansion master said angrily. Old Monster Lu begged, this subordinate will definitely change in the future. The mansion master let out a long breath and asked, where is the real Shi Ming? What is your purpose for making the third elder look like Shi Ming? Old Monster Lu stammered. The mansion master looked at Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, let him tell you this himself. Actually, he didn't know either. But as long as he pretended to know, old Monster Lu would definitely confess without being pressed. The mansion master looked at old Monster Lu and shouted, speak quickly. Shi Ming is already dead. I asked the third elder to disguise himself as him and sneak into the Divine Temple too. Old Monster Lu said this and did not continue, his face full of fear. Qin Feiyang was deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Old Monster Lu, if you don't want to say it, I'll help you. You just want to plant a spy in the Divine Temple to take care of your Lu family's disciples and eliminate your dissidents at the same time. The most important point is to disguise yourself as Shi Ming and have the chance to become the martial arts hall master in the future. At that time, the entire Divine Temple can be said to be under the control of your Lu family. Am I wrong? Qin Feiyang said. Shut up. Old Monster Lu roared. Looks like I guessed right. Qin Feiyang laughed. Guess? Old Monster Lu was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, that's right, I didn't investigate these things at all, but it's not difficult to guess. Bastard, you lied to me. Old Monster Lu was furious. Wolf King said disdainfully, so what if I lied to you? I finally know why Lu Xingchen and the Lu family are so stupid. It turns out that it's all hereditary. Bastard, you deserve to die. Old Monster Lu roared and rushed toward Qin Feiyang, but he was restrained by the mansion master's pressure and could not move at all. The one who deserves to die is you. The mansion master's cold voice sounded. He waved his hand, and a wave of battle chi appeared and entered Old Monster Lu's lower abdomen at lightning speed. Blood spurted out. Old Monster Lu immediately lay on the ground, holding his lower abdomen with both hands and howling in pain. Crippled. Lu Xingchen and the three elders were dumbfounded. Grandpa Ren, I was wrong, please don't kill me, Mansion Master, please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. In the future, we will be honest people. After regaining their senses, the two immediately begged for mercy. What you have done is intolerable, the Mansion Master said coldly. 2 waves of battle chi cut through the sky and entered their lower abdomens. The two immediately fell to the ground and howled in pain. The Mansion Master looked down at Lu Xingchen and said, "A person like you is not worthy of Shuang. This old man will now announce that your engagement is invalid." Ren Wushuang was delighted. However, this news was like a bolt from the blue to Lu Xingchen, and it made him sink into a sea of despair. The Wolf King let out a strange cry and jumped down from Qin Feiyang's shoulder, landing in front of Lu Xingchen. He chuckled and said, "You didn't expect it, did you? You would fall into our hands so soon? You bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Lu Xingchen roared. "Trying to scare me?" Wolf King smiled disdainfully and looked up at the Mansion Master. "Old man, hurry up and call a few people over. Follow me to flatten the Lu family." "What?" Lu Xingchen and the other two turned pale. "Old monster," Lu cried out, "My lord, please leave a way out for the Lu family." Old monster Shen cupped his hands and said, "My lord, the patriarch of the Lu family and the 4 elders must be involved in this matter. They must be punished severely." Old monster Lu roared, "Old dog Shen, don't go too far. This old man is just telling the truth." Old monster Shen sneered. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Old senior Shen is right. The Lu family is a malignant tumor that must be removed as soon as possible." "My lord, I beg you, don't kill them all." Eccentric Lu begged endlessly, kowtowing repeatedly. His forehead was bleeding profusely. The Mansion Master glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked down at old monster Lu and the other two, and took out an image crystal. A middle-aged man with a square face and an eye patch appeared. It was Wang Hong. When he saw the situation in the cultivation room, a trace of bewilderment appeared in Wang Hong's eyes. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Mansion Master. May I know what instructions do you have?" "Immediately gather all the commanders and head to the Lu family. Anyone above the War Emperor level, don't leave a single one alive. Eliminate them all. The rest, expel them from the state capital. At the same time, announce that old monster Lu is removed from his position as the East City Lord," the Mansion Master said. Wang Hong did not ask for the reason. He respectfully replied and turned off the image crystal. Immediately after, he rushed out of a hall, soared into the sky, and shouted, "Commanders, gather quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, one figure after another rushed into the sky. There were a total of 9 people, old and young, male and female, and their auras were unfathomable. Like Wang Hong, they were all commanders under the Mansion Master. Moreover, they were directly under the jurisdiction of the Mansion Master. Their status in the spirit state was even higher than that of the 4 city lords. Only the Mansion Master had the qualifications to order them. "Wang Hong, what's wrong? Look at your face, something's wrong." The 9 of them looked at Wang Hong in confusion. Wang Hong told them about the Mansion Master's order, and the 9 of them turned pale with fright. Wang Hong waved his hand, opened a portal, and took the lead to walk in. The other 9 looked at each other and stepped into the portal one after another. The next moment, the 10 of them descended in the sky above the Lu family. "Who is it?" An angry roar sounded. The Lu family patriarch rushed into the sky, but when he saw Wang Hong and the others, his expression changed drastically. What was going on? Why were the 10 commanders under the Mansion Master all here? Wang Hong said, "Let's do it." Boom! The bodies of the 10 people trembled, and terrifying auras burst out one after another. They were all war masters, and in an instant, the entire eastern city was alarmed. The Lu family patriarch immediately became vigilant and shouted, "What are you doing?" Wang Hong and the others were silent, and there was no expression on their faces. It was as if 10 death gods had descended to the mortal world. Boom! Wang Hong pointed his finger, and the battle chi was like a rainbow, instantly killing the Lu family patriarch. The 10 of them split up and rushed downwards. Immediately, a bloody massacre unfolded. The war emperor experts of the Lu family were constantly being killed. Screams could be heard incessantly. Fresh blood gathered into a stream. "What are you doing?" The old woman in black and the others rushed out from a great hall, their hair fluttering in the wind. Wang Hong raised his hand and waved it. The battle chi was like a waterfall, condensing into a giant hand that covered the sky and fiercely slapped towards the 7 of them. Accompanied by a series of blood-curdling screams, the 7 of them turned into ashes on the spot. In the distance, one figure after another rose into the air, looking at Wang Hong and the others who were killing in all directions. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Above the treasure pavilion, Yin Yuan Ming and the purple-clothed woman stood side by side, their faces filled with shock. They understood the 10 commanders very well. They never made a move easily. But as long as they made a move, something big must have happened? The purple-clothed woman's eyes flashed. She took a few steps forward and landed in the sky above the Lu family. She frowned and said, "Wang Hong, what are you doing?" Wang Hong said, "This is Lord's order." "Mansion Master." The purple-clothed woman's pupils constricted. "How could this be? Why does the Mansion Master want to deal with my Lu family?" The great clan elder and second clan elder ran out of a pavilion, roaring in grief. Boom! One of the commanders looked over, pointed his index finger in the air, and killed 2 people on the spot. "Is this the end of our Lu family?" At this moment, everyone in the Lu family was in a state of panic. Chapter 444. In less than 100 breaths, the Lu family's war emperors were all killed without exception. There were broken corpses and broken limbs everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped the entire Lu family. The 10 commanders rushed into the sky and killed all of them, but there was not a single drop of blood on their bodies. The Mansion Master has ordered. From now on, the Lu family's patriarch will be removed from his position as the East City Lord. At the same time, the rest of the Lu family will leave the city immediately and never step into it again. Wang Hong shouted. His voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. "Remove Patriarch Lu? Expel him from the city? Who can tell me what happened? Why is the Mansion Master so angry? Where is Patriarch Lu now?" Everyone was bewildered. This came too suddenly, and no one was mentally prepared. Wang Hong and the others did not explain, because they did not know the details now. Wang Hong took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. So, the Mansion Master's shadow appeared. Wang Hong said respectfully, "Lord, the mission has been completed. Please give me the next instructions." The Mansion Master said, "Stay and supervise the Lu family. I want them to leave the city within 2 days." Understood. Wang Hong nodded and turned off the image crystal. In the cultivation room, hearing Wang Hong's report, Old Monster Lu and the other 2 immediately collapsed on the ground, their eyes looking extremely miserable. Old Monster Shen glanced at the 3 of them and looked at the Mansion Master. "What should we do with them? What else can we do? Of course, we have to eliminate them." Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Before he finished speaking, Wolf King rushed out from Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and its sharp claws cut the throats of the 3 people like lightning. Blood spurted out like a fountain. "Ah!" The 3 of them immediately covered their throats and screamed. "Qin Feiyang, ruffian wolf, I curse you to die a horrible death." Lu Xingchen roared and was the first to die. Old Monster Lu and the 3 elders also stared at the man and the wolf with hatred and fell one after another. Phew! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. The trouble of the Lu family was finally solved. The Mansion Master could not bear it. After all, Old Monster Lu had followed him for so many years. Alas! He let out a long sigh and raised his head to look at Old Monster Shen. "Your granddaughter has suffered quite a blow this time. Bring her back and comfort her properly." "Yes." Old Weirdo Shen responded respectfully. He turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. He cupped his hands and said, "I really have to thank you this time. If you have time, you must come to West City. Let this old man play the role of host. Definitely. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then we'll meet again. Eccentric Shen smiled, opened the teleportation door, and left with Shen Mei. Sigh, who would have thought that Lu Xingchen would actually do such a thing? The Manor Lord shook his head and sighed. He turned to look at the man and the wolf and chuckled, "You two have done well. Don't just talk. Brother, I remember that we agreed that you would reward us as long as we help little girl Ren break off the engagement. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise now?" Wolf King said. Promise? Ren Wuxuang was slightly stunned. She looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and the Manor Lord. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Sister, actually, we've been busy thinking of ways to help you break off the engagement." Ren Wuxuang said, "So, the rumor last time was really spread by you two?" Wolf King said proudly, "It was brother and Fatso's masterpiece." Ren Wuxuang was stunned and speechless. "I can't believe you guys came up with such a bad idea. As long as it succeeds, it's a good idea." Wolf King chuckled. Ren Wuxuang couldn't help but laugh. She looked at the Manor Lord and said, "Grandpa, thank you." The Manor Lord looked at her dotingly and smiled. "As long as you're happy, Grandpa is willing to do anything. This time, I'm really happy." Ren Wuxuang smiled. She was like a blooming rose, incomparably moving. "This little girl is really a stunner. Little Qin Zi, brother will support you as always. Push her down." Wolf King secretly transmitted his voice. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. "Don't take it for granted. In the future, when Ren Wuxuang is snatched away by another man, it'll be too late for you to regret it." Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang disdainfully and urged, "Old man, don't be long-winded. Quickly take out the reward. Let me tell you, don't think about going back on your word today." The Manor Lord's old face darkened, and he said, "You have to give me some time to prepare, right?" Wolf King said, "Then give me an exact time." The Manor Lord's face twitched and he sighed. "Do I look like someone who would go back on his word? Have you heard of the saying, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his heart? Who knows what you're thinking?" Wolf King pursed his lips, and his eyes were full of disdain. "Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" The Manor Lord glared at him angrily. Who in the spiritual state didn't know that he was a man of his word? No one had ever dared to doubt his words. This little bastard not only doubted him, but also despised him. How preposterous! However, he felt helpless in his heart and nodded. "I'll give you an exact time. Early tomorrow morning, I'll ask Wang Hong to deliver it to you. That's more like it." Wolf King chuckled and added, "Don't forget that there's also Fatso and Lu Hong. They also helped a lot in this matter." The Manor Lord's veins suddenly bulged and he said with a dark face, "If there's nothing else, you can get lost." "Ayaya, little Qin Zi, did you see that? The matter just ended, and this old man is ready to burn the bridge after crossing it." The Wolf King let out a strange cry. The Manor Lord's old face was gloomy to the extreme. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He took out a jade box, handed it to Ren Wuxuang, and strode away with Wolf King. 5 elixir patterns. After watching the man and wolf leave, Ren Wuxuang opened the jade box and was dumbfounded. Startled, the Manor Lord hurried over and was also stunned on the spot. Suddenly, the Manor Lord asked, "Shuang, what do you think of Qin Feiyang?" Ren Wuxuang didn't know why his grandfather suddenly asked this, but he nodded and said, "Very good." The Manor Lord said, "Why don't you try to date him?" Ren Wuxuang was slightly stunned and immediately rolled his eyes. He was speechless. "Grandpa, what are you thinking? My relationship with him is purely that of brother and sister. Siblings? That's a pity." The Manor Lord muttered secretly, "By the way, Grandpa, there are still many people from the Lu family in the inner hall. What should we do with them?" Ren Wuxuang said. The Manor Lord pondered for a moment and sighed. "The combat emperors of the Lu family are all dead. Let's not kill these people. I'll ask the hall masters of the 2 halls to expel them from the inner hall." After leaving the cultivation hall, Qin Feiyang directly returned to alchemy room number 2 and entered the ancient castle to copy the battle formula. Wolf King slipped out of the inner hall and went to the Lu family to join in the fun. The matter of the Lu clan was like a plague, spreading like wildfire in Prefecture City with unstoppable momentum. As long as there were people, the matter would be discussed. The news quickly spread to the inner hall. The disciples of the Pill-Fire Hall and the Cultivation Hall were also in an uproar. For a time, all kinds of rumors were flying. Some said that the Lu family had committed a heinous crime, which was why the Manor Lord took action to eliminate them. Some said that the Manor Lord had heard the rumors about Lu Xingchen and wanted to annul the engagement. The Lu family didn't agree, so they angered the Manor Lord. Some even said that the city had been too chaotic recently, and the Manor Lord was making an example of them. That afternoon, the Manor Lord personally came out to tell the truth and shattered the rumors. But he also hid some things. The first was Xin Mei. For a woman, nothing was more important than her innocence and reputation. If people knew that Xin Mei helped Lu Xingchen to murder Ren Wushuang, she would definitely be despised. If their affair was exposed, not only Xin Mei, but the entire Xin family would be in deep trouble. It would even be difficult for Xin Mei to marry in the future. So, the Manor Lord didn't say anything about Xin Mei. Old Weirdo Xin was also very grateful for this. The second was Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. The Manor Lord felt that Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were too high-profile recently, so he didn't mention a word about them. He announced to the public that it was Wang Hong who found out. The sibling relationship between Qin Feiyang and Ren Wushuang wasn't exposed because of this matter. Even old Weirdo Xin and Xin Mei didn't know. They only thought that Qin Feiyang was helping out because he saw injustice. Early the next morning, Wolf King returned to the alchemy room and told Qin Feiyang about the situation. Wolf King was very dissatisfied. He thought that Wang Hong had taken their credit. Qin Feiyang didn't care, as long as he could get the reward. A man and a wolf waited in the lounge. They were naturally waiting for Wang Hong. They didn't know what reward the Manor Lord would give them. But even when the sun was high in the sky, Wang Hong still didn't appear. What's going on? Are they really going to go back on their word? Wolf King was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth in the cultivation room. What's the hurry? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, as if he suddenly thought of something, frowned and said, "Has the Lu family left?" Wolf King shook his head. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Lu family was abolished, it wasn't something an ordinary family could compare to. And moving the entire family wasn't a trivial matter, so it would naturally take some time. Swish. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Wang Hong. Qin Feiyang hurriedly got up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Commander Wang Hong." "No need to be so polite." Wang Hong smiled and sized up Qin Feiyang, and for a moment, he was filled with emotions. When they first met in the county of Yan, this kid was only a martial master. How long had it been? Not only was he famous in the spiritual state, but his cultivation had also reached the 4-star combat emperor. He had seen many geniuses over the years in the city. But this was the first time he had met such a monstrous young man. "Where's the reward?" The Wolf King also hurriedly moved closer, his eyes shining brightly. "You're the only one who's anxious." Wang Hong was stunned and couldn't help but roll his eyes at it, and took out an iron box from his universe. The iron box was the size of an adult's palm, and it was as black as ink, looking simple and unadorned. Wolf King snatched it and opened the lid. A wave of heat suddenly surged out from the iron box. A cluster of flames floated in the iron box, and it was the size of a baby's fist. The flames kept dancing, and the entire alchemy room instantly turned into a big furnace, unbearably hot. Alchemy fire? Wolf King was surprised. That's right. This is a 4th-grade alchemy fire. With it, no matter where you go in the future, you can make the best pills. Chapter 445. 4th grade. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He was worried that he had no place to find a 4th-grade pill fire, but he didn't expect the mansion master to send him one. Now, as long as he could find 2 more 4th-grade pill fires, the Nether Devil Flame could be upgraded to the 5th grade. Wang Hong laughed. "Are you satisfied with this reward?" Satisfied, very satisfied. Wolf King nodded repeatedly, stretched out his little paw, and laughed. Where are the rewards for brother and fatso? Take it out. Wang Hong was slightly stunned, and his face suddenly twitched. Seeing this, the smile in Wolf King's eyes also froze and said, "It can't be that the old man only gave us a cluster of pill fire, right? That's not enough?" Wang Hong frowned. Even a first-grade pill fire was a priceless treasure, not to mention a fourth-grade pill fire. This guy, he was still not satisfied? Nonsense, of course it's not enough. We've already agreed that everyone will get a reward. But now you want to act shamelessly. Is there anyone like you? Too unkind, that's too unreasonable. Brother is going to find the old man to reason with. Wolf King immediately jumped up. A row of black lines appeared on Wang Hong's forehead. The mansion master was right. This bastard was a white-eyed wolf that couldn't be fed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wolf King, opened the portal and left. Because talking nonsense with this ruffian wolf was simply looking for trouble. Bastard, don't go. Brother will reason with you today. Wolf King roared. All right. He's already gone. What are you still yelling for? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, grabbed the pill fire in the iron box, and sent it into the castle. The nether devil flame also automatically recovered and rushed towards the pill fire. In a short while, it was swallowed by the nether devil flame. Wolf King coldly snorted, "This old man is too deceitful. I won't help him anymore in the future. You're complaining. This reward has already exceeded my expectations." Qin Feiyang laughed. In his opinion, the mansion master would at most give them high-tier battle arts. In the spiritual state, a top-tier battle manual was the best reward. But he did not expect it to be a fourth-grade alchemy fire. Suddenly, he looked down at Wolf King and instructed, "Continue to monitor the Lu family." Wolf King was stunned and asked, "Why?" "If you don't remove the roots when you cut the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Wolf King pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Wolf King opened a portal and quickly left. Lowering his head and pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang also opened a portal and descended in front of a large door. Above the door, there were two bold and powerful words that exuded a magnificent aura. The Dong family. The Lu clan, the Wang clan, and the Zheng clan had all been dealt with. Now, only the Dong clan was left. "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing here?" The four burly men guarding the door said angrily. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong are not dead yet, right? Take me to see them." "The Patriarch and Patriarch have instructed us not to meet anyone," one of the burly men said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words and directly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the Dong clan. Although the Dong clan has declined, it is not a place where you can act wildly. The four men shouted and chased after him angrily. But they were only 9-star battle kings. How could they catch up to Qin Feiyang? 10 breaths. A hall entered Qin Feiyang's sight. It was the Dong clan's conference hall. "It's Qin Feiyang. Stop right there." Wherever he passed, the servants and maids he met all changed their expressions. Why was this fiend here? However, no one could stop Qin Feiyang's footsteps. Just like that, he boldly barged into the conference hall. Inside the hall, Patriarch Dong, the Grand Elder and a group of elders were sitting around a table and seemed to be discussing something. Seeing Qin Feiyang enter without invitation, the group of people was furious. Patriarch Lu shouted, "What are you doing here?" "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to tell you that if you don't want to follow in the footsteps of the Lu clan, you should be sensible and leave the city," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "What?" Everyone stood up in unison and stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang, incomparably shocked and furious. Old Monster Dong shouted, "My Dong clan has already become like this. Why do you still want to kill us?" Qin Feiyang said, "If I want to kill you, I won't let you leave the city." Old Monster Dong said in a deep voice, "What if I say no?" Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't I tell you? The Lu clan is a good example for you." The Lu clan ended up like this because they angered the mansion master. My Dong clan has never done anything outrageous except for the enmity we have with you. If you dare to touch my Dong clan, the mansion master will not let you go easily. Old Monster Lu said in a deep voice. Pa, I thought you would realize something after suffering such a big loss. I didn't expect you to be as stubborn as before. Do you really think Wang Hong found out everything about the Lu clan? I'll tell you clearly. If you don't leave the city, your Dong clan will end up worse than the Lu clan in less than half a month. That's all I have to say. Think carefully about what to do. After Qin Feiyang said that, he turned around and left. The Dong clan was still a threat. They had to be eliminated in advance. Inside the hall, it was dead silent at this moment. Whether it was Old Monster Dong, the Dong family head, or the Grand Elder, they were all enraged. How dare he? He's too arrogant. Ancestral Patriarch, let's go tell the mansion master about him now. The Grand Elder roared in indignation. Everyone calm down first. Patriarch Dong glanced at everyone and frowned at Old Monster Dong. Ancestral Patriarch, what Qin Feiyang said just now seems to be referring to something else. Yes. Old Monster Dong nodded and said in a deep voice, he means that Wang Hong didn't find out about the Lu clan. Is it really that little bastard? Patriarch Dong was surprised. Old Monster Dong pondered for a while and shook his head. This matter is related to the mansion master. Don't make any wild guesses. Grand Elder, let's go find the mansion master and ask him to help us. The Grand Elder opened the portal and the two of them walked in one after another. However, the mansion master didn't meet them. He only asked the guards to pass them a message. Leaving is a blessing, staying is a curse. The meaning was obvious. If they left the city, the Dong clan would not be in any danger in the future. But if they continued to stay in the city, they would be wiped out in the end. When Old Monster Dong understood the meaning of this sentence, he couldn't help but feel sad and helpless. Moreover, although the mansion master didn't say it explicitly, his attitude had already explained everything. The destruction of the Lu clan might really be because of Qin Feiyang. Back at the Dong clan, Old Monster Dong ordered his clansmen to pack up and prepare to leave the city. Time flew. The next day, everyone in the Lu clan, including the disciples of the Sacred Palace and the Inner Palace, left the city under the supervision of the 10 commanders. This also meant that the glory of the Lu clan had come to an end. After the 10 commanders left, the Wolf King, who had been hiding outside the city, followed the Lu clan's group all the way. The Lu clan stopped to rest on a plain. In the crowd, a man and a woman stood side by side, looking in the direction of the city. Their eyes were filled with grief. Both of them looked very young, especially the woman, who was a young girl. The young man was Lu Feng, whose balls were broken by Lu Hong. The young girl was Lu Tingting. Father is dead, the ancestor is dead, and brother Xingqian is also dead. What should the Lu clan do now? Lu Tingting sighed faintly. Lu Feng turned to look at her and said firmly, "Don't worry, we'll be back sooner or later." After this incident, both of them became mature overnight. That's right. As long as we're alive, hope will not be extinguished. We'll make the mansion master pay for everything he did to us in the future. A group of young people walked to the side of Lu Tingting and Lu Feng and looked in the direction of the city. They were the younger generation of the Lu clan and the last hope of the Lu clan. However, they didn't realize it at all. At this moment, in a forest outside the plain, there was a murderous god lurking. It was Wolf King. He stood on a branch of a big tree and scanned Lu Feng and the others. His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling murderous intent. Now that they were far away from the city, it was time to get rid of them. Lu clan, I didn't expect you to have such a day. However, just as Wolf King was about to strike, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the sky above the plain and lingered for a long time. Who is it? Lu Tingting and the others' faces changed as they hurriedly looked up. Wolf King also looked up, but he couldn't even see a shadow in the sky. What's going on? Wolf King mumbled. Everyone from the Lu clan scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. People of the Lu clan, you're all going to die today. The cold voice sounded again. Lu Feng shouted, Who's playing tricks? Come out now. Roar! Bang! Along with the loud roars of beasts, the ground of the plain cracked open and huge creatures rushed out from the ground. Their bodies were black and their bodies were like whales. Their bodies were dozens of feet long and they were like towering mountains, ferocious and imposing. Sand whale! Wolf King's eyes trembled, filled with disbelief. Didn't sand whales live in the desert? Why would they appear here? The Lu clan members were also in a mess. Because there were more than 20 sand whales that came out from the ground. And all of them were above the War Emperor realm. Kill them all. Suddenly, that cold voice sounded. A group of sand whales suddenly swooped down towards the Lu clan members. Only one sand whale was floating in the air. Wolf King looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted. That sand whale was 2 to 3 times bigger than the other sand whales, and there was a person standing on the back of the sand whale. But that person was wearing a black mask and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but judging from his body shape, he should be a young man. A series of cries of agony could be heard. Wolf King looked down again. In the face of more than 20 sand whales, the people of the Lu family had no power to resist at all. In less than 10 breaths, more than half of them were killed and their blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. Damn it! Who the hell are you? 5 young men were furious and flew towards the masked man. These 5 people were from the inner palace and their strength was between 2 and 5-star war emperors. Currently, they were the strongest in the Lu clan. I'm the one who wants your lives. The masked man said coldly. The sand whale under his feet suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the 5 people alive. Damn, even more ferocious than me? Chapter 446. Without the 5 combat emperors, the remaining members of the Lu family were vulnerable. Boom. A sand whale raised its huge tail and slammed it down, smashing a few servants into meat paste on the spot. Another sand whale opened its bloody mouth and swallowed more than a dozen people like a whale swallowing a cow. The cruel scene was unbearable to watch. Who are you? Did Qin Feiyang send you here? Can you tell us why you killed us? Lu Feng and Lu Tingting were still alive. More than a dozen servants were protecting them, but they were not far from death. I have nothing to do with Qin Feiyang. But I want to thank him. He gave me a chance to eliminate the Lu family. Except for Lu Feng and Lu Tingting, kill everyone else. Under the masked man's command, the 2 sand whales charged forward, and the dozens of servants were instantly killed. Why didn't you kill us? What is your purpose? Lu Feng shouted. The masked man shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Take them and let's go. The 2 sand whales swept their tails and carried Lu Tingting and Lu Tingting. Then they followed the masked man and rushed to the ground. Wolf King rushed out of the forest and shouted, Where do you think you're going? The masked man was surprised. He turned around and looked at Wolf King. Then he said, Don't fight. Slap it away. The huge tail of the sand whale beneath his feet swept across the sky and actually sent the Wolf King flying. Boom. With a loud noise, the group of sand whales disappeared into the ground. Wolf King steadied himself and was about to chase after them. But then he stopped in the air and looked down at the broken plain. His eyes were full of doubts. Let little Qin Zi take a look. He murmured and took out the image crystal. After receiving the message, Qin Feiyang immediately opened the portal and landed on the plain. What the hell is going on? Looking at the bloody scene below, Qin Feiyang's heart was in a perilous situation. Wolf King recounted the entire process in detail. Thank me? Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that this masked man was someone he was familiar with. But who could it be? Why did he kill everyone but leave Lu Feng and Lu Tingting alive? Wolf King suddenly asked, Little Qin Zi, do you think these sand whales are the sand whales from the Desert of Death? Desert of Death? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Wolf King said, It's the sand whale that guards that valley. Qin Feiyang finally remembered and said while shaking his head, The Death Desert is too far away from the spiritual state. It's impossible. Let's go and check it out. Whoosh! A man and a wolf swooped down and entered a crack. But just as they entered the crack, an old man in a red robe walked out from the other side of the forest. His hair and beard were fiery red like a ball of fire. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize this old man as the Grand Elder of the Dong family. The Grand Elder looked at the plain with a cold light in his eyes. Ancestral founder was right. Qin Feiyang won't let the Lu family go. Although he didn't kill these people, as long as he spreads the news, the truth will become the truth. Little bastard, just you wait. Even if the Dong family leaves the city, we won't let you have an easy time. The Grand Elder murmured to himself. Then, he opened a portal and left quickly. Back to Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. They didn't find anything unusual along the way, and there was no movement at all. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "The sand whales move very fast underground. We can't catch up with them. We can only rely on your nose." Wolf King said, "Tracking them is not a problem, but digging holes is not my strength." "Don't we have a guy who can dig holes?" Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. With a thought, he took the pangolin out of the ancient castle. "Do you think I only have the ability to dig holes in the ground?" The pangolin could hear the sounds from outside the castle. Therefore, when it came out, it stared at the man and wolf with dissatisfaction. "Is that not the case? You should be glad that you still have some value," Wolf King said with disdain. "Damn white-eyed wolf, just you wait." The pangolin cursed and returned to its original form. The man and the wolf jumped on its back. Wolf King sniffed carefully and pointed to the left, "Chase them from here." The pangolin immediately used its innate ability and chased after them. A moment later, Wolf King's pupils shrank and shouted, "Can you go faster? Otherwise, the smell will disappear soon." The pangolin said angrily, "I am only a 9-star battle king now. You want me to chase after a group of war emperors? You are simply forcing me." "That's true. I can't expect much from you." Wolf King sighed. "Fuck, do you really think I am a sick cat if I don't show my might?" The pangolin cursed and a sharp tooth appeared out of thin air. It was its war soul. Boom. As soon as the sharp tooth appeared, it flew forward. The soil and stones were like dead wood, unable to withstand a single blow. Its speed was at least 4 to 5 times faster than before. Wolf King was dumbfounded. The pangolin was indeed awesome at digging holes. After chasing for about an hour, Wolf King suddenly stretched out his claws and shouted, "Stop." "What's wrong?" The pangolin was puzzled. "The smell has dissipated." Wolf King looked a little angry. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then forget it, I won't chase anymore." Although the pangolin's war soul was powerful, its cultivation was too weak compared to the sand whales. "I still suspect that these sand whales are related to the sand whales in the Death Desert. Why don't we go and take a look?" Wolf King suggested. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's go take a look." In the past, he was weak and did not dare to stay in the valley. Now, he and Wolf King were both war emperors and had the strength to protect themselves. They could take the opportunity to study the skeleton. Wolf King asked, "Do you still remember the location of the valley?" "I remember." Qin Feiyang smiled. He would never forget that place for the rest of his life. The pangolin was curious and asked, "What valley?" "A very fun place." Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. He took the lead and walked in. "A fun place?" The pangolin hurriedly withdrew its war soul and turned into the size of a palm. It followed behind Wolf King and rushed into the portal. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang and the two beasts arrived in the air above a scorching desert. Qin Feiyang and the Wolf King couldn't help but reminisce about the familiar temperature and environment. However, when they looked down, their expressions froze. What was going on? Where was the valley? The pangolin scanned the area below. Other than the endless yellow sand, there were only fierce beasts. He asked in confusion, "Where is the valley you mentioned?" Wolf King said, "Little Qin Zi, are you sure you didn't remember the wrong location?" "Impossible." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "The pill scripture was found here. How could he remember it wrongly?" "You guys wait here for me. I'll go look for it." The Wolf King transformed into a streak of light and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Qin Feiyang took the pangolin and flew towards the sky. The higher he stood, the further he could see. However, When he flew to a height of 100,000 feet, he still could not see the shadow of the valley. What's going on? Qin Feiyang could not help frowning. Was it because of Elder Wan? At that time, only he, the white-eyed wolf Ling Yunfei, Feng Ling Air, and Elder Wan had come to this valley. He took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. After a while, an old figure appeared. Why are you here? Elder Wan looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Senior, how have you been recently? I can eat and sleep. As for you, I heard from Yan Nanshan that you are doing well in the state capital. When are you going to take care of this old man too? Elder Wan teased. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Elder Wan, I'm looking for you this time because I want to ask you something. What is it? Elder Wan asked. Qin Feiyang said, Do you still remember the valley in the Death Desert? Of course I do. How is it? Elder Wan nodded and looked at him suspiciously. I'm here now, but the valley has disappeared. Do you know what's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. What? You're in the Death Desert? Elder Wan was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Wan said with a smile, Then later, you must come to Yen City to catch up with us. Qin Feiyang said, I'll see. If I have time, I'll go. Elder Wan nodded and said with a smile, That's right. After all, you're a big shot now. You must be very busy. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, Senior, can you answer my question first? Elder Wan said, The valley has disappeared long ago. Disappeared long ago? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. After I escorted you back, I went there with Yan Nanshan. But when we arrived at that place, the valley had disappeared. We also looked around, but we still couldn't find it. In the end, we could only give up. Elder Wan said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. How could such a big valley suddenly disappear without a trace? Elder Wan shook his head and said, I'm also puzzled, but I can't find out the reason. Qin Feiyang frowned. This is too weird. After glancing at the desert, Qin Feiyang looked up at the desert and asked, Is he okay now? In order to go to the state capital, that girl does nothing but cultivate. Now, she has become a complete cultivation maniac. You should know why she is so eager to go to the state capital, right? Elder Wan sighed. Qin Feiyang was silent. Of course, he knew that Lin Yi wanted to go to the state capital for him. But for Lin Yi, he really had no feelings for her. He only had a sibling relationship. Qin Feiyang asked, How is her cultivation now? Elder Wan said, She just broke through to 9-star martial master not long ago. It's quite fast. Qin Feiyang smiled. Although Lin Yi's cultivation speed was not as fast as them, Lin Yi had not opened the door of potential. If she opened the door of potential, she would not be slower than Fatso and Lu Hong. After asking about Lin Yi's situation, Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal. After a while, Wolf King broke through the air and shook his head. I didn't find it. Don't look for it. The valley has disappeared long ago. Qin Feiyang told Wolf King about the situation that Elder One said. What? Is there such a thing? This damn old man, why didn't you tell us earlier? We made a wasted trip. Wolf King was indignant. The pangolin said, according to this, the sand whales that appeared in the spiritual state are likely to be related to the mysterious valley. Don't jump to conclusions before figuring it out. You guys go to the castle first. I have to do something private. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Wolf King and the pangolin into the castle. Then he opened a portal and walked in. The next moment, he appeared silently in a room. The layout of the room was simple. On the left, there was a screen. Behind the screen, a bed was faintly visible. On the right, there was a wooden coffee table and chair. There was also a desk next to it. In front of the desk, a beautiful woman in white was sitting. She held an account book in her hand and looked down silently. She looked dignified, virtuous, and decent. Chapter 447. Qin Feiyang walked over quietly. Luo Qianxue was so engrossed that she didn't notice him. Of course, it was also related to Qin Feiyang's cultivation. After all, Qin Feiyang was many times stronger than Luo Qianxue. And Xue. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang rushed up. Luo Qianxue was startled and the account book in her hand fell to the ground. Who's so rude? She was a little angry. But when she looked up and saw that it was Qin Feiyang, she was stunned. Wasn't this kid in the state capital? Why did he suddenly appear in front of her? She must have been a little tired recently and was hallucinating. She closed her eyes, raised her hands, and rubbed her temples, treating Qin Feiyang as heir. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, Aunt Shui, look carefully. The person standing in front of you is a living person. Luo Qianxue opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Not hallucinating? Swish. She suddenly got up and said in surprise, Why are you back? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I have a small matter to deal with, so I came to see you. Come. Sit here. Luo Qianxue walked out from behind the desk, took Qin Feiyang's big hand, and walked to the tea table like a kind mother. Qin Feiyang liked this feeling very much. Because every time he saw Luo Qianxue, he would feel very at ease. Buzz. However, at this moment, his image crystal made a sound, breaking this rare atmosphere. He frowned and said with a smile, Aunt Shui, wait a moment. Luo Qianxue turned to look at him in confusion. Someone is looking for me. I'll deal with it first. Qin Feiyang smiled, withdrew his big hand, and took out the image crystal. Wang Hong's silhouette immediately appeared. Why is he looking for me? Qin Feiyang was suspicious in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Commander. Wang Hong asked, Where are you now? Qin Feiyang said, Outside. Wang Hong said, Come to the inner hall immediately. Is there anything important? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. We'll talk about it when you're here. After Wang Hong finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. What happened? Qin Feiyang frowned. Luo Qianxue asked, Is there any trouble? Don't worry, it's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted her. He took out 6 potential pills, 4 potential pills, and 2 9-chu yellow dragon pills and handed them to Luo Qianxue. 5 Dan veins. Luo Qianxue was shocked. You and Yi will split these pills equally. Qin Feiyang explained the effects of the 3 pills to Luo Qianxue in detail. After listening to the story, Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, This is too precious. I can't take it. You can keep it. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Aunt Shui, don't be so polite with me. You're treating me like an outsider. All right. Luo Qianxue put away the pills and said, Work hard in the state capital. If others don't mess with you, don't mess with them either. Understand? Qin Feiyang nodded and opened a portal. Help me tell Yi to take care of herself. You too. We will. Luo Qianxue smiled. After that, Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He stepped into the portal and soon disappeared without a trace. This child has grown up. If Qingzhu didn't die, she would probably be able to enter the state capital now. Luo Qianxue sighed deeply. There was a touch of pain between her brows. Inner hall. Above the pill fire hall, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. He immediately saw 3 figures standing in the square outside the pill fire hall. They were Wang Hong, the pill hall master, and the martial hall master. The 3 of them didn't look very good. Swish. Qin Feiyang swooped down and landed in front of the 3. He looked at them suspiciously and cupped his hands. Greetings, Commander and Hall Masters. The martial hall master's eyes turned cold. He asked, Tell me the truth. Where did you go just now? Qin Feiyang said, I went out for some matters. What happened? The martial hall master said, Not long ago, the Lu clan was exterminated on a plain outside the city. Was it you? Qin Feiyang was shocked. How did they know? The martial hall master said in a deep voice, It seems like it was really you. Qin Feiyang frowned. Wait, how can you be so sure that it was me? You are the one who has the deepest enmity with the Lu clan in the entire state capital. Who else could it be if not you? The martial hall master sneered. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, You have no evidence. Isn't it too hasty for you to make such a conclusion? What's wrong with this person? Back in the sacred hall, he had targeted him many times. Now, he was targeting him? He really didn't know when he had offended this person. Wang Hong looked at the martial hall master and said, although Qin Feiyang is indeed a suspect, it is indeed too arbitrary to sentence him to death without any evidence. The martial hall master said, do you think he will admit it? I say, is there something wrong with you? He is a disciple of the Pill Fire Hall. I should be the one to question him. Since when is it your turn? The Pill Hall master frowned. He couldn't stand the martial hall master's attitude. The martial hall master's eyes darkened. He sneered and said, all right, I will see what you can get out of him today. You don't have to worry about that. The Pill Hall master glanced at him indifferently. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, tell me, where were you before this? Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them. His eyes were flickering. If he told the truth, even if he didn't do it, the martial hall master would still insist that he did it. However, if he lied and was found out, it would be even more troublesome. Wang Hong's eyes flashed and said, you must tell the truth. That's right. I did ask the white-eyed wolf to follow me. Qin Feiyang nodded. Do you believe me now? The martial hall master sneered. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, can you let me finish? The martial hall master reached out his hand and smiled. Say it. I will see what excuses you can come up with. Qin Feiyang looked at him with a gloomy look. He looked at Wang Hong and the Pill Hall master and said, although I did have the intention to kill them, I didn't kill the Lu clan's people. Then who did it? Wang Hong asked. Qin Feiyang said, a masked man and more than 20 sand whales. I was tracking them previously, but I didn't manage to catch up with them. Sand whales? Wang Hong and the Pill Hall master looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Qin Feiyang said, the white-eyed wolf witnessed the entire process of the masked man slaughtering the Lu clan's people. That man seemed to have some deep hatred with the Lu clan. Oh right, Lu Tingting and Lu Feng didn't die. Wang Hong's eyes narrowed and said, where are they? Qin Feiyang said, they were kidnapped by the masked man. I don't know where they are now. What a lame excuse. The martial hall master sneered. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said angrily, I'm just curious. How did I offend you? Can you tell me so that I can die knowing why? Presumptuous. The martial arts hall master flew into a rage and sent a slap towards Qin Feiyang. That's enough. You don't have to worry about my Pill Fire Hall's business. Get lost now. The Pill Hall master yelled and blocked the martial hall master's arm. All right, I don't care. However, this matter has already caused a commotion in the city. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with it. The martial hall master snorted and left. A commotion in the city? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He frowned and said, Commander, Hall Master, this matter just happened not long ago. How did it spread in the city? Wang Hong said, we're also puzzled. It feels like someone is purposely spreading the news. Strange. Only the white-eyed wolf and I were there at that time. The masked man couldn't have spread the news himself. Could it be that there were other people hiding nearby? Qin Feiyang whispered and was puzzled. Wang Hong sighed and said, it doesn't matter if you did it or not. You can't get away with it this time. But Qin Feiyang said, because everyone thinks that you did it. If we don't find the culprit, I'm afraid you'll have to be the scapegoat for the rest of your life. Wang Hong said, actually, even if you did it, we won't say anything. After all, the Lu clan is dispensable now. However, the thing is, this matter has already been exposed. If we still choose to keep quiet, we won't be able to explain it to the world. The Pill Hall Master said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I understand. I'll find the culprit as soon as possible. There's no need for that. The Mansion Master has already arranged for other people to investigate. You just have to wait for the news. However, during this period of time, you have to stay in the prison. This is the Mansion Master's order. The Mansion Master said that if you stay outside, you might cause trouble again. Wang Hong said. Prison. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Wang Hong smiled and said, don't be nervous. When we catch the culprit, I'll let you out immediately. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I'll go. However, Can you tell me who's going to investigate this matter? The new city lord of the East City. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. He's a rogue cultivator. Currently, other than the mansion master, he doesn't interact with anyone else. He won't harm you. Wang Hong said. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's go. Wang Hong opened a portal and walked in first. Qin Feiyang nodded at the pill hall master and followed him into the portal. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang and Wang Hong appeared in front of the prison. Greetings, Commander. The 10 guards outside the door bowed and saluted. Qin Feiyang looked at them. They were all familiar faces. Fan Jian, who helped Fatso in the past, was still there too. However, when Qin Feiyang looked at the person in the lead, his expression immediately stiffened. It was Wei Zhongyang. Currently, Wei Zhongyang was wearing a full set of armor. He didn't look like he was in a mess anymore. He looked energetic. The previous guard captain was killed by Yan Nanshan and Ruffian Lang. Since then, the position has been empty. Some time ago, I suddenly thought of Wei Zhongyang. Seeing that he's quite strong, I let him be the guard captain. Also, he said that he had let go of the past grudges and wanted to apologize to you face to face. Wang Hong explained with a smile. Yeah, it's better to make friends than enemies. Wei Zhongyang nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. He cupped his hands and said, I was wrong in the past. I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. Qin Feiyang looked at Wei Zhongyang. His eyes were flickering. He knew this person too well. Chapter 448. Seeing that Qin Feiyang remained silent, Wei Zhongyang could not help but look at Wang Hong helplessly. Wang Hong smiled. Qin Feiyang, you see that he's quite sincere. Why don't you give me some face and accept his apology? Commander, you're exaggerating. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Wei Zhongyang. I'm not a calculative person. Since you've repented, let's forget about what happened in the past. Thank you, Brother Qin. Wei Zhongyang cupped his hands and looked as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. Let's see how long you can pretend. Qin Feiyang sneered inwardly. A smile appeared on Wang Hong's face. He looked at Wei Zhongyang and said, Bring Qin Feiyang in and lock him up. Wei Zhongyang was stunned and asked in surprise, Did Brother Qin do something wrong? Wang Hong shook his head. It's because of the extermination of the Lu family. Wei Zhongyang suddenly understood. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Commander, what about the shackles? Do everything according to the rules. Wang Hong said. I understand. Wei Zhongyang nodded and took out a token. He turned around and opened the stone door. Then he stepped aside and said with a smile, Brother Qin, please. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the other guards. One of the guards gave Qin Feiyang a look. This person was Fan Jian, who helped Fatso in the past. Was Fan Jian hinting at him to be careful of Wei Zhongyang? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he walked into the prison. Wei Zhongyang followed closely behind. After entering the prison, Wei Zhongyang turned around and closed the stone door. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. But on the surface, there was nothing strange. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, why don't you stay in cell number 5? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. If he remembered correctly, Wei Zhongyang was imprisoned in cell number 5 before. Sure. He wanted to see how long this person could keep up the act. Wei Zhongyang walked over and opened the stone door of cell number 5. When Qin Feiyang entered the cell, Wei Zhongyang took out a pair of shackles and said, Brother Qin, please cooperate with us. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hands. Wei Zhongyang walked forward and put the shackles on Qin Feiyang's wrists and ankles. Immediately, Qin Feiyang felt that the chains were emitting a mysterious power that sealed his battle qi. After Wei Zhongyang confirmed that there was no mistake, he took 2 steps back and asked with a smile, How do you feel? Not bad. Qin Feiyang shrugged. Not bad? The corner of Wei Zhongyang's lips curled up as he mocked, I didn't think you would have such a day. Just as I expected. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What do you mean? Wei Zhongyang frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, I thought you would continue to endure, but I didn't expect you to reveal your true colors so quickly. So you've already seen through it. Qin Feiyang is indeed Qin Feiyang. But so what? Now you're a prisoner and I'm the captain of the guards. I can do whatever I want to you, understand? Wei Zhongyang sneered. What do you think you can do to me? I have to say that you're really unwise. After fighting with me for so long, you should know my methods very well. Believe it or not, Fatso and the others have already recorded everything you said just now. When I tell Wang Hong, what do you think will happen to you? Qin Feiyang looked at Wei Zhongyang playfully. Wei Zhongyang's pupils shrank and he said with a smile, Brother Qin, don't be angry. I was just joking with you just now. Don't take it seriously. I was also joking. Qin Feiyang said. Brother Qin is still as humorous as ever. Wei Zhongyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, if there's nothing else, you can leave. There's one more thing. Brother Qin, please hand over your Qiankuan bag. Don't misunderstand. This is the rule. Commander Wang Hong said before that everything should be done according to the rules. Wei Zhongyang said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, is there a rule that says I have to hand over my Qiankuan bag? Yes. Wei Zhongyang nodded. I'm afraid that won't do. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wei Zhongyang frowned and said with a smile, Brother Qin, don't make things difficult for me. I'm not making things difficult for you. Because even if Wang Hong is here, I won't hand over my Qiankuan bag. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. What a joke. Chang Shui, the mysterious bone, and the gold coins were all in the Qiankuan bag. How could he hand it over to Wei Zhongyang? Wei Zhongyang hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, if you don't want to hand it over, so be it. After all, we're old friends. I'll make an exception for you in private. Thank you very much then. Qin Feiyang put on a fake smile. Wei Zhongyang waved his hands and said, don't be so polite. I still have something to deal with. I'll leave first. Let's have a few drinks when we're free. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Goodbye. Wei Zhongyang cupped his fists and turned to leave the cell. After closing the stone door, Wei Zhongyang's expression darkened and he glared at the stone door coldly with a cold glint in his eyes. He had to get Qin Feiyang's Qiankuan bag. That was because the elixir formula for the potential elixir, the dagger, and the mysterious bone were definitely in Qin Feiyang's Qiankuan bag. At the same time, in the cell, Qin Feiyang's eyes shone with a sinister glint. Swoosh! His figure flashed and he entered the ancient castle. Fatso said immediately, Boss, you can't trust Wei Zhongyang easily. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso smiled and said, it's good that you know. What about now? Do you plan to stay in the prison forever? I'll stay here for now. I can take the opportunity to cultivate. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, Chang Shui flew out of the Qiankuan bag and hovered in front of Fatso. Fatso understood and grabbed Chang Shui, cutting at the shackles on his legs and hands. Wait. The pangolin's gaze changed and he hurriedly said, Qin Feiyang, you have to think carefully. Cutting off the shackles on your legs and hands is against the rules. Rules? Little brother, you're still too inexperienced. Do you think we're people who follow the rules? Wolf King sneered. Fatso, Lu Hong, and Qin Feiyang also smiled. The pangolin was stunned. He looked at the three of them and Wolf King, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. All right, pretend that I didn't say anything. Indeed. These guys were not afraid of the heavens or the earth. In front of them, rules were simply non-existent. Clang. Fatso waved his hand, and Chang Shui cut the two iron chains easily. Qin Feiyang's body lightened. He stretched his muscles and took Chang Shui from Fatso and said with a smile, Go into seclusion. Try to break through a small realm before we find the real culprit. It's a piece of cake. The pangolin chuckled. After opening the door of potential, it was now 100 times more confident. Outside the city, in a valley located deep in the mountains. In the center of the valley, there was a small lake. The clear lake water reflected dazzling waves under the sunlight. And outside the valley, sand whales floated in the air and looked at the lake. Without exception, their huge pupils were filled with respect. There were 3 people standing at the edge of the lake. One of them was the masked man who massacred the Lu family. The other two were Lu Feng and Lu Tingting. At this moment, the brother and sister were looking at the valley in surprise, and there was a trace of panic between their brows. The masked man bowed to the lake and said respectfully, "Master, I have brought them back." "There are people?" Lu Feng and Lu Tingting looked at the lake. Two pentagrams the size of a baby's palm flew out of the lake and into the heads of Lu Feng and Lu Tingting like lightning. The two of them screamed at once. They felt like their heads were about to explode, and their blood was burning. The masked man said coldly, "Don't struggle or you will die." The pain that enveloped Lu Feng and Lu Tingting quickly subsided. The two of them got up from the ground and looked at each other. They didn't find anything unusual. What was going on? The masked man said, "Your lives are now in the hands of Master. Master only needs to think and you will die." What? The two of them turned pale with fright. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Feng roared. "Puma." The masked man's eyes flashed coldly, and he slowly took off his mask. "How is this possible? It's you." Seeing the masked man's face, Lu Feng and Lu Tingting looked like they had seen a ghost, and their eyes were full of disbelief. The masked man put on his mask again and sneered, "If Master didn't ask me to spare your lives, you would have been swallowed alive by the sand whale." "Then who is your master? Why didn't he kill us?" Lu Feng and Lu Tingting were puzzled. "Master must have his reasons for not killing you. You just need to do as Master says." The masked man glanced at the two of them coldly, and then looked at the lake. He bowed and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions? Bring me the Dong family, the 10 elders of the Dong family, the head of the Dong family, and the ancestor of the Dong family. As for the rest of the Dong family, don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all. In addition, bring back Lu Xingxin's body. I need it." A cold and emotionless voice sounded in the minds of the three of them. The masked man bowed and replied. Lu Feng and Lu Tingting were very surprised. Suddenly, their bodies trembled, and they immediately held their heads and howled. It was as if all the blood vessels in their bodies had burst, and blood arrows were spurting out from their pores. The masked man shouted, "Why aren't you begging for mercy? Do you want to die? Master, please spare our lives. We will complete the task." The two of them quivered, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged. As soon as the voice faded, the two of them felt the pain disappear. The masked man said, "Go quickly." The masked man bowed and said, "Master, I have something to say." The masked man said, "Say it." Although the head of the Dong family and the old monster were destroyed by Qin Feiyang, the cultivation of the 10 elders of the Dong family is still there. According to my investigation, they are all 8-star combat emperors and 9-star combat emperors. I'm afraid that the three of us and the sand whale won't be able to take them down. The masked man said, "What you said makes sense. On the east side of the valley, there is a black rock. Behind the rock is a cave, and there are 2 fierce beasts sleeping inside. You go and wake them up with your blood. They will help you." Chapter 449. A Sleeping Berserk Beast? The masked man, Lu Tingting, and Lu Feng looked towards the east in surprise. What entered their line of sight was a mountain peak that was about 100 feet tall. At the foot of the mountain, there was indeed a black rock. However, they did not sense the aura of a berserk beast there. "Don't ask anything, let's go." The masked man coldly glanced at Lu Tingting and Lu Feng, then rushed towards the black rock. Lu Tingting and Lu Feng looked at each other and had no choice but to follow. Arriving in front of the rock, the masked man punched it, and the rock shattered. At that moment, a large cave entrance appeared in front of the three of them. The cave was extremely dark, like a bottomless abyss, emitting a sinister and strange aura. If there really are berserk beasts, will they eat us? Lu Feng was a little afraid. Even if they eat us, we have no choice. The masked man said coldly and strode into the cave. He stretched out his right arm and true qi surged in his palm, condensing into a ball of light. True qi. Lu Tingting was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, "You are only a martial ancestor?" "That's right. But Master said that I will be able to step into the War Emperor realm soon. The masked man said coldly. At the same time, he sized up the cave. The diameter of the cave was 2 to 3 meters, and it extended all the way inside, with no end in sight. Don't dawdle, follow me. The masked man glanced at the two of them and walked deeper into the cave. Lu Feng and Lu Feng swallowed their saliva and braced themselves to follow. Lu Tingting asked in a low voice, "Why are you working for him? Just because he can help you break through to the War Emperor realm? You are too naive and underestimate Master's ability. Do you know where Qin Feiyang's potential pill recipe came from?" The masked man sneered. Where did it come from? The two of them were surprised. This was not only a question in their hearts, but also a question that the entire spiritual state wanted to know. The masked man said, "The potential pill recipe belongs to Master." What? Lu Tingting and Lu Feng's expressions changed. But how did the pill recipe get into Qin Feiyang's hands? Master never mentioned it. Don't ask. If you anger Master, no one can save you. The masked man said. Lu Tingting and Lu Feng looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What was the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Master? If Qin Feiyang and Master were friends, then why didn't Master kill them? But if it was an enemy, how could the pill formula of the potential pill fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang? About 10 breaths passed. The masked man frowned. Do you feel that the temperature has changed? The two of them stared blankly for a moment before they carefully sensed their surroundings. True enough. The temperature here was a little cold. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the colder the temperature became. It didn't even take long before a layer of frost condensed on their faces and hair. A moment later, the three of them were about 100 meters deep. The walls of the cave were covered with a thick layer of ice. It was even colder here. The three of them couldn't help but curl up, and their teeth were chattering. The air exhaled from his nostrils had also turned into white mist. Another 100 meters deep. Suddenly, the masked man stared at a certain spot in front of him as if he had seen a monster. His pupils suddenly contracted as he reached out his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Puzzled, Lu Feng and Zhang Xian looked over. Immediately, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. More than 10 meters in front of them was an ice cellar of about 10 feet. And in the ice cellar, there were two ferocious beasts sealed in ice. One was the white jade demon snake. The other was the sand whale. The white jade demon snake was as thick as an arm and 2 meters long. Just like its name, its entire body was as white as jade. But what was surprising was that between its eyebrows, there was a white horn as thick as a thumb. And that sand whale, compared to the sand whales outside the valley, was many times smaller, almost only 2 to 3 meters long. But its body was covered with yellow scales. One could feel that the scales were very hard through the ice. Lu Feng swallowed his saliva and said, "Their strength should be very terrifying." Isn't this better? The masked man's eyes lit up and he said, "As long as they are here, it will be easy to take down those people from the Dong family and find Lu Xingxin's body." After he finished speaking, he took out a dagger, ran into the ice cellar, and cut a wound on his wrist without hesitation. Blood immediately gushed out. Lu Tingting and Zhang Xian looked at each other and immediately ran up, because they saw the hope of revenge. So, the ice that sealed the two ferocious beasts was dyed blood red. Accompanied by a loud sound, the ice that sealed the two ferocious beasts suddenly exploded. Two terrifying fierce power also roared out. Lu Tingting and the other two were sent flying on the spot, vomiting blood. The white jade demon snake and the sand whale were now suspended in the void, absorbing the blood of the three people. 3 breaths later, they suddenly opened their eyes, and there was a sense of vicissitudes in their fierce eyes. "Are you the ones who woke us up?" The two fierce beasts looked down at Lu Tingting and the other two indifferently. The masked man knelt down on one knee and said, "Two lords, Master asked us to wake you up." "Master?" The two fierce beasts' eyes were a little confused. Demon Snake Emperor, Sand Whale Emperor, thousands of years have passed. It's time for you to wake up. Right at this moment, the mysterious man's voice came into the cave. "Master." The two fierce beasts' eyes trembled, and they immediately rushed out of the cave like crazy. "Master, are you not dead?" They scanned the valley, and their eyes were filled with a mist. "Yes. I'm not dead. The heavens didn't kill me. I'm back." The mysterious man's voice rushed out of the lake and echoed in the valley for a long time, full of resentment and unyielding. "I'm really not dead." The two fierce beasts were wild with joy and rushed toward the lake. "Don't come to see me now. Go and assist them immediately, and do all the things I told you to do. Remember, your current strength is not as good as before. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions, and don't let anyone find you. Especially the spiritual state mansion master and the woman from Butterfly Valley," the mysterious man said. The two fierce beasts stopped in the void and respectfully responded. At the same time, Dong Family, Conference Hall. Old Monster Dong, Dong Family Head, the second elder, and the others all lowered their heads, silent. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside. The Grand Elder walked into the hall with a red face. "How is it?" Old Monster Dong and the others immediately looked up at him, their eyes full of expectation. The Grand Elder said, "I just received news that Qin Feiyang has been sent to prison." "Good." The group of people immediately slapped the table and cheered. Dong Family Head said in surprise, "Grand Elder, are we still going to leave the city now?" "Of course not. Qin Feiyang can't even protect himself. What can he do to us?" The second elder and the others sneered. But Old Monster Dong hesitated. Seeing this, the Grand Elder asked suspiciously, "Grand Elder, do you have any concerns?" Old Monster Dong nodded and sighed. Although Qin Feiyang has been sent to prison, his talent is there. The mansion master can't kill him. Hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the second elder and the others froze, and they fell silent again. "Actually, you don't have to worry at all." But suddenly, a faint laughter sounded, and a middle-aged man in armor walked into the conference hall. "For you?" Old Monster Dong and the others looked over with bewilderment in their eyes. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I am Wei Zhongyang, the current guard captain of the prison." "Guard captain?" Everyone in the Dong family looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. The Dong family head stood up and greeted him, cupping his hands and saying, "I wonder what Brother Wei meant by what you said just now?" Wei Zhongyang laughed and said, "What I mean is, there is no need to be afraid of Qin Feiyang." The Dong family head said, "Not only is his talent in alchemy astonishing, his talent in martial arts is unparalleled. How can we not be afraid?" Wei Zhongyang sneered and said, "That's right, but he also has a weakness." "What weakness?" Everyone was surprised. "I understand him very well. Although he looks cold and ruthless on the surface and his methods are vicious, he is actually very loyal and righteous. As long as we capture the people around him, he will definitely not shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. At that time, not to mention lifting your ban, even if you ask him to commit suicide on the spot, he won't dare to disobey." Wei Zhongyang sneered. The Dong family head's eyes lit up, but then he frowned and said, "The people around Qin Feiyang are all hiding in his treasure. How are we going to capture them?" Wei Zhongyang shook his head and sneered. "There is definitely a place where there must be someone Qin Feiyang cares about." "Where?" the Dong family head asked. "The county of Yan." Wei Zhongyang's eyes flashed coldly. "Prison." A black armored guard hurried to the door of the fifth cell and opened the stone door. But when he saw that there was no one in the cell, the guard couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, it's Fan Jian. Come out." After a while, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Fan, thank you for your previous warning." "It's nothing. Don't mention it." Fan Jian waved his hand and looked back outside the door. He whispered, "I came to find you because I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fan Jian said, "Wei Zhongyang just went to the Dong family." "The Dong family?" Qin Feiyang frowned and asked in confusion, "Why did he go to the Dong family?" "I don't know about that. But I guess it has something to do with you, so I came to inform you." "Maybe I'm just being paranoid," Fan Jian said. "Paranoid?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wei Zhongyang going to the Dong family was definitely not a good thing. He counted 1 billion gold coins and put them in a cosmos bag. Thank you for telling me, Brother Fan. This is a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Fan Jian's eyes lit up and he took it into his arms without hesitation. He smiled and said, I haven't seen Fatso for a long time. Ask him to come out and have a few drinks with me when he's free. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll leave first. Fan Jian smiled, then turned and walked outside. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly said, Brother Fan, I have a presumptuous request. I told you not to be so polite. If you continue to be like this, I'll get angry. Fan Jian pretended to be angry. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Brother Fan, can you give me the key to open the prison's stone door and the prison's gate? What? Don't tell me you want to escape. Chapter 450. Sure. Qin Feiyang hurriedly made a shushing gesture and said in a low voice, Brother Fan, I'm just being cautious. Don't worry, I won't drag you into this. Fan Jian frowned. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Please help me, Brother Fan. Sorry, I can't give it to you. Because this is too important. If someone finds out, even if you don't want to drag me into this, I'll lose my life. Besides, the stone door can only be opened from the outside. It's useless even if you have the key. Fan Jian shook his head. Is that so? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. He smiled and said, If that's the case, then I won't make things difficult for Brother Fan. Fan Jian said, Don't worry. If there's any news, I'll inform you as soon as possible. Thank you, Brother Fan. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. This fatty's ability is not small. How long has it been? He actually has such a close relationship with Fan Jian. Fan Jian helped to keep an eye on Wei Zhongyang's movements partly because of his current reputation. Fan Jian wanted to curry favor with him. The other half was because Fan Jian and Fatso were close. After Fan Jian left, Qin Feiyang also entered the castle. He looked at Fatso and the others and said in a low voice, You all heard it, right? Tell me what you think. Wolf King said, I think that Wei Zhongyang went to the Dong family to join forces with them to deal with us. No. If Wei Zhongyang really wanted to find someone to join forces with, he wouldn't have gone to the Dong family. After all, the Dong family has declined and can't help him much. Fatso immediately rejected Wolf King's opinion. Wolf King said unhappily, Then tell us, why did he go to the Dong family? I don't know. Fatso shook his head. Lu Hong suddenly said, Didn't you all miss a very important point? What? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at her in surprise. Lu Hong said, Wei Zhongyang knows our background. His words awakened the dreamer. Qin Feiyang and Fatso's eyes trembled. Fatso sprang to his feet and said hastily, Boss, hurry up and inform Yan Nanshan to keep an eye on the Dong clan. Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately took out an image crystal, his battle chi surging. However, he waited for a long time, but there was no reaction from the image crystal. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Fatso thought for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in shock, Not good. Fan Jian told Fat Lord before that the prison can block the communication of the image crystals. It can't open the portal either. What? Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't send any messages, and the cell must be soundproof. He couldn't ask Fan Jian for help. What should he do? He left the castle and came to the prison cell. He looked at the pitch-black stone door. Boom! Qin Feiyang's battle chi surged as he punched at the stone door. However, the stone door only trembled a little. It's so hard. Qin Feiyang frowned and waved his hand to take out the Chang Shui. Chang Shui could even cut the mysterious bone easily, let alone the stone door. He walked to the front of the stone door, and with a light stroke of pale snow, a crack appeared. So, bang. With a loud bang, the entire stone door collapsed. Qin Feiyang walked out of the prison cell. He didn't stop for a moment and went to the door of the prison. Boom. He slapped the door and it trembled slightly. Outside, Fan Jian and the rest heard the noise and immediately turned to look at the door. Their faces were full of shock. Why did the door move? Was it an illusion? Boom. However, just as they were about to believe that it was an illusion, the stone door trembled slightly again. What happened? Could it be that someone escaped from the prison cell? The 9 of them were shocked. Could it be him? Fan Jian muttered to himself, and a figure appeared in his mind. One of the guards shouted, "Hurry up and inform the captain that someone escaped from prison." Fan Jian stretched out his hand and said in a deep voice, "You all know the captain's temper. If no one escapes, we won't have a good time." "Then what should we do?" The other 8 guards looked at him. Fan Jian said, "Open the door first and see what's going on. But be careful. If someone really escapes, immediately send a message to the captain." The other 8 nodded. Immediately, the 9 of them took 2 steps back, their faces full of vigilance. An atmosphere of mutual hostility filled the air. Fan Jian took out a black token and his battle chi surged. A pitch-black beam of light gushed out and merged into the door in front of them. Boom! The door slowly opened. A white figure suddenly entered their line of sight. "It's really him." Fan Jian's gaze trembled. This guy really wanted to escape from prison. "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing?" Fan Jian roared with a stern expression. At the same time, another guard immediately took out an image crystal. Swish! Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. Using the phantom steps, he landed in front of the guard in 1 step. His big hand reached out and crushed the image crystal. At the same time, Wolf King appeared out of thin air, its claws grabbing 2 ribs. Bang bang bang! It struck out like lightning and knocked out the other 8 guards. Fan Jian glanced at the 8 people lying on the ground and frowned. "Qin Feiyang, what exactly do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang said, "I have something urgent, I have to go out." Fan Jian said, "No, you are escaping from prison. The consequences will be very serious. Even if Commander Wang Hong has a good relationship with you, he won't be able to help you." "I have no choice." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fan Jian looked at him deeply and said helplessly, "Then do it." "Sorry for the offense." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, then looked at Wolf King. Wolf King swung his ribs and hit the back of Fan Jian's head. Fan Jian's head was bleeding, and he fell to the ground and fainted. "Aren't you too ruthless?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "If I don't be ruthless, he will be implicated." Wolf King rolled his eyes at him and urged, "Hurry up and send the message." Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. So, a phantom appeared. It was Luo Qianxue. Seeing Luo Qianxue's phantom appear, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Qianxue smiled and said, "Feiyang, why did you send me a message again?" Qin Feiyang said, "Auntie Shui, things are a bit complicated. I don't have time to explain. Tell me your current location. I will come and pick you up right away." Wei Zhongyang wanted to deal with him now. There was no other way but to find the people closest to him. Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi were undoubtedly the targets. "Pick me up." Luo Qianxue was taken aback. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me quickly, otherwise your life may be in danger." Luo Qianxue was shocked and said, "I am dealing with business now. Go to my lounge. I will be there right away." Qin Feiyang nodded, turned off the image crystal, took out a teleportation door, and was about to open it. Swish! However, at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Wei Zhongyang. Seeing the situation in front of the prison gate, Wei Zhongyang's expression changed and he shouted, "Qin Feiyang, you actually escaped from prison." Boom! The aura of an 8-star combat emperor suddenly erupted. "Damn it! You came back at the right time." Qin Feiyang was extremely annoyed. Wolf King transmitted his voice, "Little Qin Zi, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him directly. There is no time for him to waste. You delay him. I will go to Yen City first. Find a chance to meet up with me later." Qin Feiyang secretly said and opened the teleportation door. "Don't even think about escaping." Seeing this, Wei Zhongyang shouted coldly. His index finger pointed in the air. Battle Chi emerged and blasted toward the teleportation door. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. Escaping from prison was a serious crime. No matter how talented Qin Feiyang was, no one could protect him now. Humph. Trash. Wolf King snorted coldly and stood in front of the teleportation door. He smashed his bone and the battle chi immediately dissipated. Are you looking for death? Wei Zhongyang roared. You are the one who is looking for death. Wolf King sneered, stepped into the air, and charged toward Wei Zhongyang fiercely. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stepped into the teleportation door. Boom. But at this time, a terrifying aura loomed over the place. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Wolf King, they were instantly imprisoned in the air. A man and a wolf were shocked. Swish. A figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Wang Hong. Wang Hong glanced at Fan Jian and the others lying on the ground. His face suddenly darkened and he shouted, Qin Feiyang, ruffian wolf, what are you doing? Wei Zhongyang said, Commander, they want to escape from prison. Escape from prison? Wang Hong was puzzled. He understood the character of this man and wolf. It was impossible for them to do such a ridiculous thing. Could there be a reason? He looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King and frowned. Why do you want to escape from prison? Qin Feiyang said, Commander, I have something very important to do. Please make an exception. I promise that I will be back in less than an hour. What important thing? Wang Hong frowned. This, Qin Feiyang glanced at Wei Zhongyang and hesitated. Why is he looking at me? Wei Zhongyang frowned and cupped his hands. Commander, although Qin Feiyang is our old friend, escaping from prison is a serious crime. We cannot condone him. Wolf King said gloomily, Wei Zhongyang, you old bastard, I will kill you sooner or later. Wei Zhongyang was stunned and asked doubtfully, Did I provoke you? Still pretending? Wolf King was so angry that he laughed. He shouted, If you didn't provoke me, then tell us, why did you go to the Dong family? How did you know? Wei Zhongyang was surprised. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He said in a low voice, Fatso, tell Yan Nanshan to go to the county of Yan immediately. Fatso in the castle heard and immediately sent a message to Yan Nanshan. Wolf King said coldly, It doesn't matter how I found out. What's important is why you went there. Wei Zhongyang said, I just went to visit the Dong family's old ancestor. Wolf King said, You have nothing to do with the Dong family. Why are you going to visit him? Wei Zhongyang said calmly, This is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with you. Wolf King sneered. Is that so? If I'm not wrong. White-eyed Wolf stopped talking. Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted and stopped Wolf King. He then said to Wang Hong, Commander, let's go back to the prison immediately. That's more like it. Remember, don't do stupid things like this again. It won't do you any good. Wang Hong's expression softened a lot, and he also withdrew his aura. Wolf King's body lightened. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily, then turned into a streak of light and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang also turned and entered the prison. Wolf King said telepathically, Why didn't you let me say it? This is just our guess. If Wei Zhongyang didn't do it, it would put us in an awkward position. But I've already asked Fatso to send a message to Yan Nanshan. With Uncle Yan, there shouldn't be any accidents. Chapter 451. Just as Wei Zhongyang returned from the Dong family and stopped Qin Feiyang and Wolf King from leaving, two figures descended from the sky above Yan City. Both of them had square faces, extremely burly bodies, and filled with a valiant aura. Boom! The two of them looked down, and their aura suddenly erupted. Whoosh! Immediately, Dan Wang Hall, Martial Imperial Hall, Treasure Pavilion, and the royal family each had a figure rushing into the sky. They were the four giants of Yan City, Li Ji, Ji Shui, Zhang Yi, and Wu Yun. The four of them flew in front of the two burly men, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Li Ji cupped his hands and said, May I ask who you are? Don't be nervous, we are from the state capital. We came to Yan City because Qin Feiyang asked us to pick up Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi to the state capital. The two burly men laughed. A hint of suspicion flashed in Li Ji's eyes. He cupped his hands and said, May I ask why Qin Feiyang didn't come by himself? He is now in prison and can't come out. One of the burly men said. Prison? Ji Shue's face changed and asked, why is he in prison? This is the state capital's business. I won't tell you. Please hurry up, don't waste our time. The two burly men urged. Li Ji and Ji Shue looked at each other and nodded at the same time. It's not that I don't believe you, but Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue are very important to Qin Feiyang. I have to confirm it. Li Ji said and took out the image crystal. It's useless. He can't receive anyone's message in the prison he is in. The two burly men said and began to get impatient. Li Ji still tried. Sure enough, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no response. Putting away the image crystal, Li Ji sized up the two of them and said, Qin Feiyang is very thoughtful in everything he does. If he really called you here, he should have given you some kind of keepsake. May I ask if you two have it? The two burly men raised their eyebrows. Boom. The pressure roared out and directly imprisoned the four. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Answer me immediately, where are Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue? Both of their eyes were filled with killing intent. The expressions of Li Ji and the other three changed drastically. Ji Shue shouted, you are not sent by Qin Feiyang. Who are you? Who are we? Jie, of course we are Qin Feiyang's mortal enemies. Tell me, where are Lin Yi and the others? Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The two of them laughed sinisterly. Don't hurt them, I'm here. And me. At this moment, two voices sounded almost at the same time. One came from the Martial Imperial Hall. One came from the Treasure Pavilion. It was Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi. The two of them stood on the roofs of the precious Treasure Pavilion and the Training Hall respectively. The two macho men immediately dispersed and rushed toward Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi. Why are you still standing there? Run! Li Ji and Ji Shue hastily shouted. Wu Yun and Luo Qianxue looked surprised. Who did Qin Feiyang offend in the state capital? If you dare to run, we will destroy Yen City and kill everyone. The two macho men grinned sinisterly. Swish. But at this moment, another figure descended over the Martial Imperial Hall out of thin air. It was Yan Nanshan. You dare. As soon as Yan Nanshan saw the two macho men, he yelled violently. The pressure of Battle Master was overwhelming. Yan Nanshan, why are you here? The two macho men's faces suddenly turned pale. Yan Nanshan? Ji Shue and the other three were taken aback. They looked up and were overjoyed. Yan Nanshan nodded to the four people across the air, then looked at the two macho men and said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang sent me a message saying that someone is coming to Yen City to cause trouble. I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Impossible. He is in prison. He can't send a message to the people outside. The two macho men looked incredulous. There is nothing impossible in the world. I haven't seen you guys in the state capital. Tell me, who sent you guys? Is it the Dong family? Yan Nanshan shouted. Yan Nanshan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. It was erratic and difficult to capture the correct location. Who is it? Yan Nanshan yelled, his eyes like lightning, sweeping in all directions. Boom! On a mountain peak outside the city, a terrifying aura emerged. Following closely, a dazzling battle chi, like a torrent of beasts, rolled towards Yen City. Battle Master! Yan Nanshan was shocked and shouted, what do you want to do? Destroy Yen City. The hoarse voice sounded, filled with a shocking hostility. Bastard! Yan Nanshan was furious. With a wave of his hand, battle chi emerged and turned into a huge wave, crossing the sky and colliding with the opponent's battle chi. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Yan Nanshan's body shook, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. So strong! Yan Nanshan's pupils contracted. Yan Nanshan, if you want to save Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, this old man will kill everyone in Yen City. You have already experienced this old man's strength. You can't stop this old man. If you don't want the people of Yen City to die, immediately withdraw your pressure and let those two people go. The hoarse voice said. Yan Nanshan looked at the mountain peak outside the city, but the mountain peak was lush with vegetation and no one could be seen at all. He lowered his head and glanced at Yen City again. The previous movement had alarmed everyone. At this moment, they were all gathered on the street, their eyes full of horror. The hoarse voice said again, "Hurry up and decide." Yen Nanshan struggled for a moment and finally withdrew his pressure. Without the restraint of the pressure, the two burly men immediately rushed towards Luo Qianxue and Linyi. The two did not escape, because in the face of a battle emperor, they could not escape at all. After catching the two burly men immediately opened a portal and quickly left. Yen Nanshan's eyes darkened. He looked up at the mountain peak and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" However, after waiting for a while, the hoarse voice did not sound. "It seems that he has left." Yen Nanshan muttered and opened a portal. Ji Shui hurriedly said, "Palace Master, wait, what is going on?" Yen Nanshan turned his head and smiled, "Don't call me Palace Master anymore, because you are now the Palace Master of the Martial Imperial Hall. As for this matter, it's a little complicated. I will tell you when I have time." After saying that, Yen Nanshan stepped into the portal and descended on the square in front of the prison. Wei Zhongyang stood in front of the gate and noticed Yen Nanshan immediately. The moment the two's eyes met, invisible sparks collided. Swish! Yen Nanshan took a step forward and landed in front of Wei Zhongyang, saying, "I want to see Qin Feiyang." Wei Zhongyang said, "It's rare for an old friend to meet. Shouldn't we chat for a while?" Yen Nanshan said, "We have different paths and cannot work together. It seems that you have a big prejudice against me." Wei Zhongyang smiled faintly and said, "Why are you looking for Qin Feiyang?" Yen Nanshan frowned and said, "Is there a need for me to report to you?" Wei Zhongyang laughed. "Of course not, after all, you are now the law-enforcing elder of the temple, and also a one-star war sect. Compared to you, the difference between us is like heaven and earth." Yen Nanshan said, "Since you know, then open the door." "All right." Wei Zhongyang nodded and turned to open the door. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said without turning his head, "Follow me." After a few breaths of time, the two of them stopped in front of cell number 5. The stone door had already been repaired. Wei Zhongyang opened the stone door, but there was no one inside. Wei Zhongyang was not surprised at all, and said, "Qin Feiyang, Yen Nanshan has come to find you." Swish! Before he could finish, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing Yen Nanshan, he anxiously asked, "Uncle Yen, how is it?" Yen Nanshan was about to speak, but then turned to look at Wei Zhongyang. Wei Zhongyang crossed his arms over his chest and laughed, "I have the authority to monitor you." Yen Nanshan raised his eyebrows. "Uncle Yen, don't talk nonsense with him." Qin Feiyang glanced at Wei Zhongyang in disgust, then took Yen Nanshan and went straight into the castle. The smile on Wei Zhongyang's face suddenly froze and was replaced by a haze. Inside the castle. "Did you bring them here?" Qin Feiyang looked at Yen Nanshan anxiously. Fatso smiled and said, "Boss, what are you nervous about? Uncle Yen is so strong, how can he fail?" But before Fatso finished speaking, Yen Nanshan sighed, "Sorry." Fatso was taken aback and asked, "What happened?" Wolf King, Lu Hong, and the pangolin also opened their eyes one after another, showing surprise in their eyes. "Indeed, as you said, someone wants to harm Luo Qianxue and Linyi. I also rushed there in time. But there is a mysterious powerhouse who interfered." Yen Nanshan explained the situation at the time clearly. After listening, Qin Feiyang and others were all shocked. "Boss, what the hell is going on?" Fatso's head was in a mess. Why did a War Master powerhouse suddenly pop out, and even Yen Nanshan was not his opponent? Could it be that we guessed wrong? Lu Hong frowned. "No, we didn't guess wrong. Because the only people who know our details in the entire spiritual state are the Mansion Master, Wang Hong, Ren Wushuang, and Wei Zhongyang. The Mansion Master and Wang Hong can't leak the secret. Ren Wushuang is even more impossible. Then only Wei Zhongyang is left. But I can't figure it out. Where did that War Master come from?" Qin Feiyang's face was as calm as water. He didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. Suddenly, He seemed to think of something and asked, Uncle Yen, are the two people who captured Yi and Aunt Shui from the Dong family? Yen Nanshan shook his head and said, No, they are all unfamiliar faces. Unfamiliar faces? Qin Feiyang frowned. How about this? I will capture Wei Zhongyang and interrogate him, Yen Nanshan said. There is no need for that. They captured Aunt Shui and Yi just to deal with me. We don't need to look for them, they will take the initiative to look for me. Uncle Yen, you go back first, I will take care of the rest. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is it okay? Yen Nanshan was a little worried. Don't worry, I will save Aunt Shui and I will find this war master. I want to let him know the consequences of going against me, Qin Feiyang. Chapter 453. Yen Nanshan patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and comforted him. Heaven helps the good. They will be fine. If you need my help, just let me know. He also blamed himself in his heart. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue were taken away right under his nose. Qin Feiyang nodded. He waved his hand and left the castle with Yen Nanshan. Wei Zhongyang, who was standing at the door, saw the two of them, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yen Nan glanced at Wei Zhongyang before turning to look at Qin Feiyang. Take care of yourself. I'll be leaving first. Qin Feiyang responded. Yen Nanshan walked out of the cell. Wei Zhongyang closed the stone door and walked to the door with Yen Nanshan. After taking 2 steps, Wei Zhongyang asked calmly, Brother Yen, what were you talking about? You talked for so long. Yen Nanshan said, Just some small things. Why are you being so mysterious about small things? Wei Zhongyang sneered secretly. But on the surface, there was nothing unusual. Brother Yen, you have a bright future now. One day in the future, you can even become the martial arts hall master of the Sacred Hall. Don't forget your old friend. Wei Zhongyang smiled with a flattering tone. Yen Nanshan smiled faintly. You have a bright future too. Brother Yen is funny. I'm just a prison guard now. What future can I have? Wei Zhongyang shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Who said that prison guards have no future? I heard that among the 10 commanders under the Manor Lord, quite a few of them started out as jailers. Work hard. After all, you used to be Prince Yen. Don't embarrass the county of Yen. Yen Nanshan chuckled, turned into a stream of light, and flew away quickly. Wei Zhongyang froze in place. There was a sharp cold light in his eyes. Once, as the county prince of Yen, he had a noble status and great power. How impressive was that? But now, he was reduced to an insignificant prison guard. Although he had already escaped from prison, his heart was still suffering and torment every day. Especially back then, when he heard that Yen Nanshan had already broken through to the War Master and was even appointed as the law-enforcing elder of the temple, his heart became more and more unbalanced. On what basis? How was Yen Nanshan better than him? Just because he had a good relationship with Qin Feiyang, he could receive such treatment? He refused to accept this. Therefore, he wanted revenge. No matter if it was Qin Feiyang or Yen Nanshan, they were all targets that he wanted to eliminate. Soon, you will lose everything you have. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he strode out of the prison and shouted at Fan Jian and the others, Keep an eye on them. If anything happens again, I'll hold you responsible. The 9 people bowed and replied. Wei Zhongyang gloomily glanced at the 9 people, then soared into the air and flew into the distance. A dozen breaths later, he landed in a deserted corner, took out the image crystal, and quickly activated it. A short while later, 3 phantoms appeared one after another. They were the Grand Elder of the Dong family, Eccentric Dong, and the Patriarch of the Dong family. Wei Zhongyang asked, How is it? Is it done? Old Monster Dong nodded and smiled. We have caught Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue. Great. This time, we must let Qin Feiyang die without a burial place. Wei Zhongyang was overjoyed and asked, Where are the 2 of them now? Family head Dong said, A very hidden place, but there is one thing that I think you may have to investigate. What is it? Wei Zhongyang frowned. Family head Dong said, When we went to catch Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, Yen Nanshan happened to rush to Yen City. I guess someone tipped them off. Yen Nanshan went to Yen City? Wei Zhongyang was taken aback for a moment and suddenly said, "No wonder he came to the prison to find Qin Feiyang." Family head Dong said, "So, Qin Feiyang already knows? So what if he knows? They are in our hands. Can he still turn the tables? You just have to keep an eye on them. I will deal with Qin Feiyang. I promise to make him obediently hand over everything we want." Wei Zhongyang sneered. Family head Dong and the other two looked at each other. It was difficult to hide the excitement on their faces. Something is not right. Wei Zhongyang suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the three. Yan Nanshan went to Yen City in person. You can still snatch Linyi and Luo Qianxue. It seems that your Dong family has an unknown background. Of course. My Dong family has been in the state capital for so many years. We are not in vain. Just a mere Yan Nanshan, I don't care. Old Monster Dong sneered. All right. Wait for my good news. Wei Zhongyang laughed and turned off the image crystal. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a haze. I didn't expect the Dong family to have such confidence. I can make good use of this. He muttered to himself. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He then turned and flew toward the prison. Inside the castle, Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, will Wei Zhongyang really come to you?" Qin Feiyang said, "If he doesn't come, there is no value in kidnapping Linyi and Luo Qianxue." Fatso said, "Then have you thought about how to deal with it?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Now he had no clue at all. He could only deal with it as it came. Wolf King suddenly said, "Do you think this mysterious battle master is the martial arts hall master?" Qin Feiyang and Fatso both looked at it in confusion. Wolf King said, "This old thing has been targeting us from the beginning. There must be a reason." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "This person really needs to be investigated, but we can't conclude too early whether he is the mysterious battle master or not. In fact, it's easy to investigate. There are very few battle master powerhouses in the spiritual state. Yan Nanshan is a 1-star battle master. Those who can hurt him must be a 2-star battle master or above. Those who are 2-star battle masters and above will undoubtedly be even fewer. Boss, Fat Lord has a suggestion. Let's use the elimination method to find the most suspicious person and then do a detailed investigation." Fatso said. Lu Hong shook her head and said, "I don't think so." "What do you mean?" Fatso was puzzled. Although there are very few battle masters, every one of them is an extremely cunning old fox. It's not that easy to investigate them. If you ask me, we should use the most violent method to take down Wei Zhongyang and force him to say it. Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. When did this little girl become so hot-tempered? I agree with Xiao Hong's suggestion. Who cares about the guard captain? Who cares about the consequences? Who cares if there is evidence now? Let's take him down first. Wolf King said fiercely. Qin Feiyang, come out quickly. I have something to tell you. At this moment, Wei Zhongyang's voice came in. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Fatso and said, "You have to record my conversation with him later." Fatso nodded. Wolf King said, "Do you want me to accompany you out?" "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and in a flash he appeared in the secret room. Wei Zhongyang stood outside the door with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were playful and carried a trace of pride. Qin Feiyang sized Wei Zhongyang up from head to toe, and laughed faintly. "Did something good happen to you? Some self-righteous people are about to fall into my hands. Do you think this is a good thing?" Wei Zhongyang asked. Qin Feiyang laughed. "For you, it's definitely a good thing." Wei Zhongyang said, "But for you, it might be a bad thing." Qin Feiyang was slightly startled and asked doubtfully, "Does it have anything to do with me?" "Still playing dumb?" Wei Zhongyang shook his head and laughed. "Call out Fatso, Lu Hong, Ruffian Wolf, and Pangolin." Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Why?" Wei Zhongyang said, "If you still want them to live, then from now on, you have to listen to everything I say unconditionally." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. This Wei Zhongyang had finally learned to be smart. "If you don't cooperate, I can only accompany you slowly. But I don't know if they can accompany us in this? Wei Zhongyang mocked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Fatso, Lu Hong, Wolf King and Pangolin all appeared in the prison in an instant. Wolf King said in a low voice, "Old man, if you dare to hurt them, I guarantee that you will regret being born into this world. They are the best bargaining chips. How can I bear to hurt them? Now, take out all of your image crystals and crush them in front of me." Wei Zhongyang crossed his arms in front of his chest, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile, as if he was certain that he could defeat them. "You are courting death." Wolf King's eyes flashed with a murderous light. Wei Zhongyang mocked. "Do you think that you still have the ability to threaten me? I will kill you now." Wolf King was enraged. He instantly turned into a muscular wolf, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. He had always been the one to threaten others. When had he ever been threatened like this? Wei Zhongyang's body trembled, and he shouted, "Qin Feiyang, if you don't want them to die, make him behave." Wolf King's ferocious name, who in Continent City didn't know. In the Holy Palace, he forcefully crippled the Dong family's patriarch. Then, he went to the Lu family and forcefully crippled the Lu family's first elder and second elder. One should know that all three of them were 9-star combat emperors. Wei Zhongyang was only an 8-star combat emperor. How could he be a match for Wolf King? The most important thing was that Qin Feiyang would be restrained by Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, but the ferocious Wolf King would definitely not care about their lives. And here, only Qin Feiyang could make Wolf King listen to him. Therefore, Wei Zhongyang directly threatened Qin Feiyang, which was more effective. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was indifferent. He stared at Wei Zhongyang, his eyes flickering. "What's going on?" Wei Zhongyang was shocked and furious. He shouted, "Are you deaf? Make him stop or I will kill them." But Qin Feiyang still didn't say a word. "Damn it." Wei Zhongyang's face darkened, and he laughed eerily. "You forced me to do this. You will regret it." After that, Wei Zhongyang turned around and ran towards the door without looking back. That's right. He was running away. Once Wolf King made a move, no one here could save him. Qin Feiyang looked at Wei Zhongyang's sorry figure and his eyes shone with a bright light. The next moment. Chapter 454. That's what I'm waiting for. Wolf King smirked and used the void escape step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the prison gate. "Qin Feiyang, do you really not want to take their lives?" Wei Zhongyang panicked. He wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Qin Feiyang, but he never expected that Qin Feiyang would not be threatened. "They are not in your hands at all. What do you have to threaten me?" Qin Feiyang sneered and stood behind Wei Zhongyang. Wei Zhongyang stopped and glanced at Wolf King gloomily. He then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said gloomily, "They are indeed not in my hands, but as long as I say the word, they will die." "Of course, I know. But as long as you don't have a chance to send a message, they will not be in danger." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Previously, he had been considering whether to listen to Lu Hong's suggestion and take down Wei Zhongyang directly. But he was worried that Wei Zhongyang would really harm Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue. So, first of all, he had to figure out whether Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue were in Wei Zhongyang's hands. After previous observations and Wei Zhongyang's various reactions, he could basically conclude that the two were not in Wei Zhongyang's hands. As long as they were not in Wei Zhongyang's hands, everything would be much easier. Fatso, Lu Hong, and the pangolin retreated behind Qin Feiyang, crossed their arms, and looked at Wei Zhongyang mockingly. Damn it. Wei Zhongyang was furious. Wolf King blocked the way in front, and Qin Feiyang intercepted from behind. There was no way to escape. What should I do? All of a sudden, he turned around and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang's strength was slightly inferior to Wolf King. Of course, he didn't really want to fight with Qin Feiyang. He wanted to blast Qin Feiyang away, or force Qin Feiyang to retreat, then attack Lu Hong, Fatso, and the pangolin, because they were the weakest. As long as he caught one of them, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King would not dare to do anything to him. But he had completely underestimated Qin Feiyang. The current Qin Feiyang would even dare to fight a 9-star combat emperor, let alone an 8-star combat emperor. If I were you, I would immediately kneel and beg for mercy. Qin Feiyang gave a disdainful smile as he stepped forward and sent a palm strike towards Wei Zhongyang. I don't believe that an 8-star combat emperor like me can't defeat a 4-star combat emperor like you. Wei Zhongyang was enraged. Battle chi gushed out of his body as he punched out. Boom! The moment the fist and palm collided, a golden light burst out from Qin Feiyang's palm. Ah! Immediately, Wei Zhongyang screamed as he was sent flying. His arm was lacerated. Qin Feiyang's arm was also trembling as a tearing pain came from it. But it was still within the acceptable range. Why is this happening? The power actually bounced back. What kind of battle art is this? Wei Zhongyang was extremely shocked and furious. He didn't realize that a fatal crisis was approaching, because at the same time that Wei Zhongyang was sent flying, Wolf King, who was blocking the door, also moved. It took a step forward and grabbed a rib with its claws. Before Wei Zhongyang could react, it smashed the back of his head. Bang! Wei Zhongyang was sent sprawling on the ground. He hugged his head and howled in pain. Blood flowed all over the ground. Have you ever heard of the saying, the higher you jump, the more painful it is to fall? How do you feel now? Qin Feiyang walked up and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked down at Wei Zhongyang from above. That gaze was as if he was looking at a clown. Hee, don't you feel very funny now? You thought that everything was foolproof and that everything was under your control. But in the end, everything that happened was completely different from what you imagined. Fatso also walked up and mocked. Do as much as you have the ability. You dare to scheme against us? Aren't you courting death? Lu Hong and the pangolin also walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at Wei Zhongyang with contempt. Wei Zhongyang glanced at the 3 people and 2 beasts and said gloomily, "You will regret it, let me tell you." Is that so? To be honest, I have never put you and the Dong family in my eyes. If you can be honest and don't provoke me, it doesn't matter if I kill you or not. But unfortunately, you are too insensible. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Wolf King understood and knocked Wei Zhongyang's lower abdomen with a bone. With a crack, the sea of qi shattered. Little bastard, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Wei Zhongyang roared again and again. The pain was heart-wrenching. What are you shouting for? Tell me, where are Lin Yi and the others now? If you tell me, I may give you a chance to become a ghost. Wolf King shouted. Hee, you want to know their whereabouts? Dream on. Just wait to collect their corpses. Wei Zhongyang grinned again and again. If he said it, he would die. If he didn't say it, he would also die. It was better to drag 2 people to die with him. Still stubborn? But I have ways to deal with you. The Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Don't waste time. Kill him directly. Wolf King was taken aback. Fatty and the others also looked at him in shock and bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, Now I have a clue. It's not difficult to find them. Hearing this, Fatso and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew Qin Feiyang better than them? He never did things that he wasn't sure of. Since he dared to say so, he must have a way. Old man, go to hell and repent slowly. Wolf King's eyes were fierce, and he knocked Wei Zhongyang with his bone. Fatso suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the ribs, and shook his head. You can't kill him yet. Why? Wolf King was puzzled. Because once he dies, the image crystal will be scrapped. Those who established the contract bridge with him may be aware. Fatso explained. At the same time, he took away Wei Zhongyang's Cosmos bag. That makes sense. Then you guys keep an eye on him first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso, Lu Hong, the pangolin, and Wei Zhongyang into the castle. Wolf King put away the ribs and asked, Little Qin Zi, what do we do next? Qin Feiyang said, Of course we're going to the Dong family. But before that, we have to find an 8-star combat emperor to replace Wei Zhongyang. Wolf King said, Replace him for what? You'll know later. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he also entered the castle. Ah! Cries of agony could be heard all around. He saw that Wei Zhongyang was being tortured to the brink of death by the fatty. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wei Zhongyang without any sympathy and asked, "Did you see the key on him?" "We just found it." Lu Hong handed Qin Feiyang a black token and a 5-pointed star badge. "I only want this." Qin Feiyang grabbed the black token and appeared in the prison. Then he called Wolf King and entered the cell. "What are you doing?" Wolf King looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Standing at the door of the cell, he poured his battle chi into the black token. A beam of light shot out and merged with the gate. Boom! The gate slowly opened. Qin Feiyang put away the token and cleared his throat. He pretended to be Wei Zhongyang and said, "Fan Jian, come in and close the gate." Fan Jian, who was standing outside the gate, responded respectfully. He turned around and entered the cell with a trace of suspicion. Boom! When the gate was closed, Qin Feiyang walked out of the cell and said with a smile, "Brother Fan, we meet again." "Why you here?" Fan Jian was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Where's the guard captain?" Qin Feiyang said, "He's been crippled by me. I was imitating his voice just now." What? Fan Jian's expression changed. He turned around and looked at the gate. Then he moved closer to Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? He's the guard captain now. If you do this, Commander Wang Hong won't let you off." "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Now, I want to make a deal with Brother Fan." "A deal?" Fan Jian frowned. "I want you to disguise yourself as Wei Zhongyang and go to the Dong family with me to investigate something." Qin Feiyang said. "Investigate what?" Fan Jian was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "To be honest, Wei Zhongyang and the others kidnapped 2 of my family members. I have to find them as soon as possible." "What? Wei Zhongyang is so despicable?" Fan Jian was shocked. Wolf King sneered and said, "You haven't seen how despicable he is." Fan Jian glanced at Wolf King and looked at Qin Feiyang. "We're old friends. I can help you. But Wei Zhongyang is an 8-star combat emperor and I'm only a 5-star combat emperor. I'm afraid I'll be seen through. That's the point of the deal. I can help you break through to the 9-star combat emperor." Qin Feiyang said. Is this true?" Fan Jian's body trembled. He suddenly became excited and looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fan Jian was wild with joy and said, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Qin Feiyang took out a 9-melody yellow dragon pill and handed it to Fan Jian. "This is 5 pill veins." Fan Jian was dumbfounded. He had seen 1 pill vein before. He had seen 2 pill veins before. After all, the treasure pavilion had auctioned so many of them. But this was the first time in his life that he had seen a pill vein with 5 pill veins. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Take it and you'll soar to the sky immediately." Fan Jian reached out his trembling hand and grabbed the 9-melody yellow dragon pill. "What if this pill is auctioned? What price can it fetch?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "It's enough for a person to cultivate for a lifetime." "A lifetime?" Fan Jian's body and mind trembled. He was reluctant to take it. Wolf King rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Look at you. It's just a pill vein. Is there a need to be like this? Hurry up, don't waste time. How can you understand the pain of a small person like me? I feel like I'm dreaming now." Fan Jian murmured. "But..." Wolf King soared into the air and slapped Fan Jian's shoulder with his claw, asking, "Are you dreaming?" Fan Jian grimaced in pain, but his face was full of smiles. Without hesitation, he threw the 9-melody yellow dragon pill into his mouth. Boom! In less than 5 breaths, Fan Jian's cultivation soared to the 9-star combat emperor. Another super expert has been created. First, it was Yan Nanshan, then Yin Yuan Ming, then Lu Yun, and now Fan Jian. The 9-melody yellow dragon pill is really heaven-defying. At the same time, it also proves a principle. Wolf King mumbled. "What principle?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Only by becoming our friend will your future be bright." Wolf King chuckled. Chapter 455. At the same time, on a mountain outside the city, 2 men and a woman stood side by side. They were Lu Tingting, Lu Feng, and the masked man. The masked man asked, "Where is Lu Xingqian's body?" Lu Tingting said, "We don't know. After Lu Xingqian and the ancestor died, the inner palace didn't send their bodies out." The masked man said, "It seems that they are buried somewhere in the inner palace. If they are really buried in the inner palace, there is nothing we can do, because the inner palace is in the Extermination Mountain Range. Also, there are 2 palace lords there." Lu Feng said, "It doesn't matter. With the help of the Sand Whale Emperor and the Demonic Snake Emperor, even if the 2 palace lords find us, they can't do anything to us. The most important thing now is to find the coordinates of the inner palace. After all, the Extermination Mountain Range is too far and too dangerous. We can't force our way in." The masked man said. Lu Tingting asked, "Do you have a plan?" "No plan. We just need to keep an eye on the Dong family. Once the Dong family leaves the city, we will catch them off guard." The masked man sneered. Lu Feng said, "What about the coordinates?" "You are so stupid. I don't even know why the master spared your life. Think about it. There are so many old monsters in the Dong family. How can they not know the coordinates? Even if those old monsters don't know, there is still Dong Qing. Don't forget, she is a real inner palace disciple." The masked man sneered. Lu Feng clenched his fists and glanced at the masked man. There was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. Lu Tingting looked at Lu Feng and sighed deeply. She said, "Lu Feng, you stay here and wait for us." The masked man raised his eyebrows. Lu Tingting looked at the masked man and said with a smile, "The 2 of us are enough to get information. We don't need a burden." "Burden?" The masked man was stunned. He nodded and said with a smile, "That's true. Bastard." Lu Feng cursed and shouted, "Lu Tingting, what do you mean? He looks down on me? Even you look down on me? You have to know your own place. The Lu family is gone, and you are no longer the young master of the Lu family. If you continue like this, you will die. Stay here and reflect on your actions." Lu Tingting said indifferently, then sped down the mountain. "Did you hear that? Reflect on yourself. Don't lose your life if you're not careful." The masked man sneered and chased after Lu Tingting without looking back. Lu Feng looked at the backs of the 2, his hands tightly clenched together. His gaze was as gloomy as water. He had been pampered since he was young, so he was proud and arrogant. He had long since become used to looking down on everyone. Even if the Lu family was destroyed, he would still think that he was superior to others. It was only at this moment that he realized it. He was no longer the old Lu Feng. Right now, he was just a pitiful worm who was desperately struggling to survive. He no longer had the right to look down on others. He felt helpless, desolate, pained, angry, and lost. He didn't know how long this kind of life would last. Who knew what would happen in the next moment? At the base of the mountain, the masked man caught up with Lu Tingting and said, "You will break his heart if you do this. That's all I can do. Because he's too naive, too stupid. I have to let him see clearly how cruel this world is and how difficult it is to survive." Lu Tingting said. The masked man was silent for a while, then said, "Do you think he can understand your painstaking efforts? If he wants to survive, he must understand." Lu Tingting said coldly. Who knew Lu Feng better than her? Other than his talent, there was nothing good about him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a useless person. She also couldn't figure out why that mysterious master didn't kill him. However, she had no choice now. She could only do her best to protect Lu Feng, because now only she and Lu Feng were left in the Lu family. Prison. Fan Jian's cultivation had already broken through to the 9-star War Emperor. At this moment, his entire body was immersed in an uncontrollable excitement. The 9-star War Emperor, this was simply an extravagant dream for him in the past. However, he didn't expect that with just a single pill, in just a dozen breaths of time, he would actually step into the realm that he dreamed of. Not only that, he could even feel that the bottleneck between the War Emperor and the War Master had been broken. Stepping into the War Master was just around the corner. Although this Qin Feiyang was young, he was truly an extremely terrifying figure. Because, As long as Qin Feiyang was willing, he could create a large number of 9-star War Emperor, or even War Master. Such a person could only be a friend and absolutely not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He let out a long breath and cupped his hands. Brother Qin, this fan will never forget your great kindness. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wolf King urged, now is not the time to be polite. Hurry up and change your appearance, don't waste time. Fan Jian nodded. Yes, 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 let's go quickly. Wolf King said, we're going out just like that? Look at my memory. Fan Jian suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was a little too excited and lost my mind. Understandable. Qin Feiyang laughed, took out an appearance-changing pill and handed it over to Fan Jian. Qin Feiyang also changed his appearance into Fan Jian's, and Fan Jian even gave him a set of armor to wear. As for Wolf King, he hid inside Qin Feiyang's armor. After everything was ready, the two of them walked out of the prison one after another. Greetings, guard captain. The 8 people guarding the door bowed. Fan Jian nodded and said coldly, Fan Jian and I are going out for a while, you guys watch carefully. The 8 of them respectfully replied. Fan Jian waved his hand and brought Qin Feiyang with him as he soared into the sky. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, you're going to fly over just like that? You know, the teleportation gate is very expensive. With my economic foundation, I can't afford it. Fan Jian scratched his head in embarrassment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed and said, stop, I have a teleportation gate. Fan Jian slammed on the brakes and stopped in midair. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and was about to open the teleportation gate. Fan Jian stopped him and said, Brother Qin, you're a 4-star combat emperor. Isn't it inappropriate for you to pretend to be me? Qin Feiyang asked, is the Dong family familiar with you? Fan Jian said, I don't have much interaction with the Dong family. Qin Feiyang laughed, then it doesn't matter. But when you talk to the Dong family later, you have to be careful, don't let the cat out of the bag. Fan Jian hesitated for a while and said, I think it's better for you to tell me in advance. After all, I'm not as smart as you. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded, all right, then we'll fly over. I'll tell you on the way. Whoosh! Fan Jian once again swept up Qin Feiyang and quickly disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, the two of them landed in front of the Dong family's gate. Greetings, guard captain. The 4 servants who were guarding outside the door bowed and said. Fan Jian nodded expressionlessly and said, do I need to report? No need, no need. Master has already ordered that as long as it's the guard captain, there's no need to report. Please come in. The 4 servants smiled flatteringly. Let's go. Fan Jian called out to Qin Feiyang and walked toward the gate. Qin Feiyang was about to step forward. How is this possible? But at this moment, Wolf King's surprised voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked and asked, what's the situation? Wolf King said, there are 2 familiar smells here. Whose? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King said, the masked man and Lu Tingting. What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the street behind him. On the street, pedestrians were coming and going, but they were all unfamiliar faces. Qin Feiyang said to himself, are you sure? Impossible. I may be mistaken about the masked man, but Lu Tingting has been chasing me for so long. I will never forget her natural fragrance. Wolf King said decisively. That's strange. Why are there smells in the Dong clan? Did they sneak into the Dong clan? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wolf King said, no, they didn't sneak into the Dong clan. Their smells can only be found on the street. Then what do they want to do? Qin Feiyang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he was extremely puzzled. Fan Jian walked into the gate of the Dong clan and found that Qin Feiyang didn't follow him. He turned his head in confusion and asked, what are you doing? Guard captain, wait for me. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, then turned and ran to an empty alley, and took Fatso out of the castle. He pulled Wolf King out of the armor and said, let's split up. I'll go rescue Yi and Aunt Shui. You and Fatso go and investigate them. Wait, investigate what? Fatso said hurriedly. Because Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were communicating with each other through their minds, they didn't know the situation yet. The white-eyed wolf will tell you. Remember, we must not let them slip away this time. Qin Feiyang gave a death order. Wolf King chuckled, leave it to me. After you find out, send me a message as soon as possible. Be careful. Qin Feiyang warned again, then turned and ran towards the gate of the Dong clan. Fatso and Wolf King also immediately took action. With them taking action, Qin Feiyang could deal with the Dong clan without worry. Fan Jian was still waiting for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the gate, tidied up the armor on his body, and walked through the gate. He and Fan Jian walked down a long corridor, one in front of the other. Brother Qin, what are you going to do? After walking for a while, Fan Jian couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Qin Feiyang whispered, Wolf King found the masked man who massacred the Lu clan. What? Fan Jian's eyes trembled. Don't make it public. I've already asked Fatso and White-Eyed Wolf to investigate. I believe there will be a result soon. Qin Feiyang said. With Fatso taking action, we definitely won't be able to escape. Fan Jian laughed in a low voice. He was very confident in Fatso. Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise, then shook his head and laughed. He lowered his head and pondered while walking towards the conference hall. It was definitely not a coincidence that the masked man and Lu Tingting appeared at the same time. That was to say, after the masked man took Lu Tingting away, he didn't make things difficult for Lu Tingting. Instead, he made Lu Tingting his accomplice. But there was a problem. The masked man was the executioner who slaughtered the Lu family. How could Lu Tingting be willing to be with him because of the hatred of exterminating her family? According to Wolf King's observation, the masked man was not strong. It was the sand whales that were strong. Sand whales? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That was right. The masked man was not as strong as the sand whales. How could he control the sand whales? That was right. Chapter 456. If this speculation was true, then why did the mysterious expert want to destroy the Lu family? Did he have a deep grudge against the Lu family? But why didn't he kill Lu Tingting and Lu Feng? Was he interested in their talents? Impossible. Qin Feiyang didn't know about Lu Tingting's talent, but Lu Feng was a good-for-nothing with no value to cultivate. Qin Feiyang had too many doubts in his mind. After a while, Fan Jian said in a low voice, Brother Qin, we're here. Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw a majestic hall in front of him. It was the Dong family's meeting hall. At the door, there were 2 guards and 4 maids waiting for her. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang temporarily cast aside the thoughts in his heart and followed behind Fan Jian, walking towards the main hall. Greetings, Captain. The guards and maidservants bowed in greeting. Yes. Fan Jian nodded and asked, Where are your patriarch and patriarch? One of the guards said, Please take a seat inside, we'll inform them immediately. Fan Jian nodded and led Qin Feiyang into the hall. Take good care of the captain. The 2 guards warned the 4 maidservants and left in a hurry. 2 of the maids went to prepare tea. Fan Jian laughed. It seems that Wei Zhongyang is respected in the Dong family. Snakes and rats alike. Qin Feiyang sneered. Fan Jian was stunned, then he shook his head and laughed. He sat on a chair and pointed to another chair. Sit. I'm your confidant now, I can't sit. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He walked behind Fan Jian and stood there with his back straight. Fan Jian felt awkward. Although he was a 9-star combat emperor, he was afraid of Qin Feiyang from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, Don't be nervous, be careful. Fan Jian took a few deep breaths and asked in a low voice, Can you guarantee that the Dong family and Wei Zhongyang will be defeated? Qin Feiyang nodded. Fan Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang was not confident. Because now, he was basically Qin Feiyang's accomplice. Once he failed, Wang Hong would look into it. Even if he was a 9-star combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to survive. After waiting for about 100 breaths, Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong finally arrived at the main hall. The Dong family's patriarch cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Wei, we are honored by your presence. Why didn't you inform us in advance? We would have gone to welcome you. Brother Dong, you're too polite. Fan Jian stood up and greeted him with a smile. Patriarch Dong hurriedly said, Don't get up, just sit down. After Fan Jian returned to his seat, Patriarch Dong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Brother Wei, who is this? Fan Jian smiled and said, He is my confidant. His name is Fan Jian, and he is completely trustworthy. You don't have to worry about him. Despicable? Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong looked at each other with strange looks in their eyes. How could there be such a strange name? Patriarch Dong smiled and said, Brother Fan Jian, since we are all on the same side, then don't be polite. Sit down and talk. Qin Feiyang said, It's okay, I can stand. Patriarch Dong didn't say much and sat on the main seat with Old Monster Dong. Old Monster Dong said, Brother Wei, you suddenly came to us. Is there something wrong with Qin Feiyang? Something wrong? Fan Jian was taken aback and said disdainfully, Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue are in our hands. Can he still make waves? Hearing this, Old Monster Dong and Fan Jian suddenly laughed. Patriarch Dong said, Then have you talked to him? Fan Jian said, I just finished talking to him. What's the result? The two looked at him nervously. Although Wei Zhongyang repeatedly assured that Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue were Qin Feiyang's Achilles heel, judging from Qin Feiyang's actions in Zhou City, he was completely a ruthless person. They really had no confidence in their hearts. Don't worry, he is compromised. Fan Jian smiled faintly, reached out, took out a jade box from his arms, and put it on the coffee table. Old Monster Dong was surprised. What is it? Fan Jian said, Potential pill. The two's eyes lit up. Patriarch Dong immediately got up, walked to Fan Jian's side, grabbed the jade box, opened it, and was immediately stunned. Seeing this, Old Monster Dong stepped forward suspiciously and was also stunned. How is this possible? There are actually 3 elixir patterns. And there are a total of 10. Fan Jian said, Qin Feiyang has long been able to refine elixir with 3 elixir patterns, but he has been hiding it. Not many people know. The two took a deep breath. How could this little beast's alchemy talent be so amazing? In fact, these elixirs were refined on the way here. After all, Qin Feiyang carried the elixir fire and the elixir furnace with him. It was only a matter of minutes to refine 10 elixirs. And these 10 potential pills were bait. How is it? Very tempting, right? I heard that the last potential pill with 2 elixir patterns auctioned by Precious Treasure Pavilion was sold for around 20 billion. And I heard that Precious Treasure Pavilion is going to start auctioning again in a few days with a starting price of 30 billion. And the potential of 3 elixir patterns will definitely double again. If you sell these 10 potential pills, even if you are banned by Precious Treasure Pavilion, it will be enough for your Dong family to survive for decades. Fan Jian said with a smile. Survive for decades. The two of them trembled both physically and mentally as their eyes shone brightly. Old Monster Dong gulped and asked, Old Brother Wei, are these 10 potential pills for our Dong family? Fan Jian put away the jade box and said indifferently, What are you guys in a hurry for? As long as we have the elixir recipe for the potential pill, why worry about not having enough? Yes. Brother Wei is right. Then, is he prepared to give us the elixir recipe? The two of them asked excitedly. Fan Jian sighed deeply and said helplessly, You guys also know that Qin Feiyang has a treasure to hide in. Although he can't escape from prison, I can't do anything to him. Old Monster Dong nodded. Fan Jian said, He told me that he must see Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue with his own eyes before he is willing to give us the elixir recipe. Family head Dong shook his head and said, This won't do. This little beast is full of tricks. If something happens, won't we fail at the last step? Old Monster Dong said, Yeah, we can't take this risk. Qin Feiyang, who was standing aside, frowned imperceptibly. Fan Jian lowered his head, frowned, and said nothing. In fact, he didn't know what to do next. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, looked up at Old Monster Dong and Luo Qianxue, and said with a smile, You two don't have to worry. Although Qin Feiyang is treacherous, as long as you don't let him get close to Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, he can't do anything. With me here, what are you afraid of? Let me tell you, I want to kill him more than you because he caused me to lose everything. My son died because of him. This time, I not only want to get all the treasures on him, but I also want to end his life. As for Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, they will also die afterward. Strong murderous intent and resentment emerged in Fan Jian's eyes. Heard about it. Old Monster Dong and Luo Qianxue also fell silent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked down at Fan Jian and said respectfully, "Guard Captain, it seems that the Dong family still doesn't trust you. We have to consider this matter at length so as not to be used as a tool." Family head Dong hurriedly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Brother Fan Jian, you can't simply say this. It's not that we don't trust Brother Wei, but because Qin Feiyang is too difficult to deal with. We must eliminate all possibilities in advance." Yes. This is a misunderstanding. Brother Wei, don't take it seriously. Old Monster Dong also looked at Fan Jian with a flattering face. Now, Wei Zhongyang was the key to keeping Qin Feiyang in check. The relationship couldn't be strained. Otherwise, it was very likely that the Dong family would end up in a situation where they went for wool and came home shorn. Is it really a misunderstanding? To be frank, the current Dong family is no longer what it used to be. At most, it is only a first-class family in the state capital. The guard captain can come to you in person, which is giving you enough face, but you repeatedly refuse. Is this the sincerity of your Dong family? I also want to ask, if the plan succeeds, will the pill formula of the potential pill belong to our guard captain? Or to your Dong family? Qin Feiyang said. Fan Jian nodded and said, "Yes, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we need to discuss this issue in advance." Old Monster Dong and Fan Jian looked at each other, feeling a little anxious. It seems that you have never seriously thought about this issue. In that case, wait until you think about it before coming to the guard captain. Guard captain, let's go, Qin Feiyang said. Fan Jian nodded, got up, and took out a portal. This portal was also given to him by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did this to force the Dong family to hand over Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue. He also believed that the Dong family would definitely compromise. Because in the current situation of the Dong family, they did not dare to fall out with Wei Zhongyang. Sure enough, seeing that the two were about to leave, family head Dong and Old Monster Dong began to get anxious. They quickly got up and stopped the two. Old Monster Dong smiled and said, "Brother Wei, don't be angry, let's have a good talk." Fan Jian said blankly, "With all due respect, with your current attitude, I can't sit down and have a good talk." Yes, this is indeed our fault. Well, for the sake of safety, let's have someone pretend to be Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue to meet Qin Feiyang. Old Monster Dong smiled apologetically. Pretend? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Still not giving up? You're courting death. The corner of his mouth lifted and he sneered, "Do you think Qin Feiyang is a fool? If he is so easy to fool, how can he bring down your Dong family and the Lu family? Letting someone pretend to be them will only backfire." Family head Dong and Old Monster Dong looked at each other with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. At the same time, they felt very unbalanced in their hearts. Why is this little beast so difficult to deal with? Compared with him, the children of the Dong family can't even catch up with him. Old Monster Dong let out a long sigh and said, "Well, let's listen to Brother Wei. I believe Brother Wei can handle it properly." Fan Jian was overjoyed and smiled. "Don't worry, with me here, they can't run away." Old Monster Dong nodded and smiled. "Brother Wei used to be the county king of Yen. I definitely trust your ability, but you have to wait a while because Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue are not in the Dong family now." Not in the Dong family? Qin Feiyang's heart shuddered. If not in the Dong family, where would they be? Could it be? Suddenly, there was a flash of light deep in his eyes.